20th meeting to order. I want to welcome and thank each and every one of you for being here and coming today. And, let me do something I should have already done, turn my phone down. Sorry about that. I'm going to ask Mr. Tatum if he'll do the invocation and Supervisor Leland Mitchell if he'll do the pledge to the flag. All stand, please.
Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today thanking you for all you do for us. We thank you, Lord, for giving us this opportunity to come together today and conduct the county's business. Lord, I pray that all of our decisions will be sound ones. I pray that we'll look to you for wisdom and guidance in everything that we do and say. And I pray that you'll be blessed in what we do. In Jesus' name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
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 Let us pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I keep on saying, play my all.
Madam Clerk, is Salvador Monastra, is he here?
Is Mr. Monastros here? Do not believe so, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask for the, we need to, before we get into anything else, we'll need to do our approval of our agenda. I need motions on that.
I make a motion to approve it as presented.
Second.
Mr.
All right, now, we got a first and a second. Now we've got any discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like to amend the motion to remove and pull items number 1, 2, and 3 under this evening's public hearings. The application for rezone and special use permits for the applicant Ron Willard II.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, while Ms. Smith has made that
Yes, sir.
amendment, also item number 4 this evening, the public hearing for the easement on county property. Of course, that's an easement with Appalachian Power. That cannot take place until the property exchange is actually taking place between the county and the property owner, and that has not been finalized yet. So it will be to postpone that hearing until such time that that property exchange has occurred. So I don't know if someone want to also add to that amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to include that as an item for removal.
Okay, we'll do that then. Mr. Tatum, you want to amend your motion to pull
Absolutely.
1, 2, and 3 and
Yes.
postpone on number 4? Your second, okay, on your second.
Yes,
All
sir.
in favor that this stand is approved, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Morris Ledbetter with the Volunteer Firefighters Association. Mr. Ledbetter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Morris Ledbetter, Franklin County Volunteer Fire Association.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate y'all's time this evening, allowing me to speak. I know y'all have had a lot of discussion about the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Station that's proposed. I had several of the chiefs in the county contact me as president of the association. Had some questions and concerns, so we had several meetings about it, formed an official opinion of the association, and you all should have gotten a copy of it. It is backed by every chief in the county, as well as the 3 outlying agencies that run into the county, and I'll gladly read it for you here for the record. Dear honorable members of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the Franklin County Volunteer Fire Association, I wish to express the association's opposition to the construction of the Glade Hill Fire EMS Station project as proposed at the Franklin County Board of Supervisors meeting held on June 15th, 2021. The Franklin County Volunteer Fire Association recognizes the critical need to provide the new station for the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department and applauds the Board of Supervisors for its willingness to make such a significant financial investment toward enhancing the infrastructure used by first responders to protect the citizens, businesses, and visitors of the Glade Hill community and the greater Franklin County. However, the association does not support the proposed station project or the exorbitant estimated cost to complete the proposed project for the following reasons. Functionality. The proposed project appears to place priority on form versus function. Despite a large amount of square footage, the proposed station only provides for 3 apparatus bays, the same number of bays currently provided by the existing undersized Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department building. Recognizing the intention of public safety to place an ambulance in one of the bays and possible storage of support trailers and apparatus in another, the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department will be left with only 1 bay for fire apparatus. While the size of the bays would allow for additional apparatus to be parked end to end, this configuration negates the intended design and benefit of drive-through bays. While one of the Board of Supervisors members highlighted the co-location of 2 organizations, an emergency medical services agency and the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department, as a contributor to the size of the proposed building, the co-location plan previously presented to the Glade Hill Fire Department only included the reassignment of Franklin County Public Safety career staff from the Glade Hill Volunteer Rescue Squad station to the proposed station. The reassignment would result in an addition of 2 EMS personnel for A, B, and C shifts for a total of 6 personnel. The Glade Hill Volunteer Rescue Squad would remain at their current station location. Additionally, the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department would maintain apparatus and continue to operate from the current station as well as from the proposed station to prevent the reduction of current fire suppression coverage for the community. The cost. During the recent Board of Supervisors meeting, the proposed station was described as a possible prototypical design incorporating many of the latest decontamination design features, as well as being limited maintenance for the building's projected lifespan. Many design options seem to be included in the base construction estimate, yet additional line options were also referenced, such as vehicle exhaust removal system. With many of the other volunteer fire stations in similar condition as the Glade Hill Fire Department and a number of aging fire apparatus needing replaced, the association recognizes a strong competition for limited funding and would support a revised prototypical building design with reduced optional design elements and a more cost-effective construction materials and methods. Such a revised prototypical design would better allow for replication and replacing other fire stations while preserving capital funding for apparatus and other fire service needs, which have more direct impact on citizen services and firefighter safety than an enhanced building. To be clear, the association fully supports a functional, cost-effective station for the Glade Hill Fire Department, but the association does not support the proposed Glade Hill Fire and EMS station project as presented. The proposed project has largely ignored the needs of Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department while being presented to the community and the Board of Supervisors under the guise of supporting the volunteers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all for your time. We appreciate it. Like I said, we had full support of all the chiefs as well as all the outside agencies that cover territory in the county. We'll gladly work with you. Would be honored to work with you to come up with a better option, but we don't feel this is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Law, Virginia Department of Environmental Quality Matter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'd like 5 minutes today on behalf of Reserve Franklin County, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, other board members, good afternoon. Today's comments will be primarily about the old saying, show us the money, show us the money. I'm a numbers girl, show me the money. And about Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. So that's what we're going to talk about today. First, we'd like the county attorney to follow up on a filing that the county staff sent to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission e-library MVP docket earlier this year. The county staff, at the board's direction, sent written communication to FERC earlier this year asking for MVP's verification of insurance, verification of a construction performance bond, verification of any mitigation funds, and any written guarantees that they have on hand that states FERC will guarantee land repair and restoration in order to save the Franklin County taxpayers in case MVP abandons the project or just simply never regains all their required permits. We asked the board direct the county attorney to send a registered letter directly to MVP asking for all the above information be provided to us. If this information is refused, or if we find out these items are not in place, then we want this board plus this county in conjunction with the sheriff's office by any means necessary to prevent MVP from working in this county until this information is provided to us, confirmed it is active and current, and appropriate coverages are in place. I'd like to remind the board that approximately 2/3 of the prior MVP 300 water quality violations occurred in Franklin County alone, of which the Henrico County, Virginia Court in 2019 levied a $2.2 million fine against MVP. Not 1 cent of that settlement money was returned to Franklin County. Where is our money? We are requesting the board immediately direct the county attorney to recover our prorated share of this Henrico County 2019 Commonwealth of Virginia versus MVP settlement by any legal means available to us. Again, the amount was $2.2 million. The staff should first determine our exact prorated dollar amount per the itemized listings of violations in each county provided by DEQ. DEQ says we can't have our share. Well, how about we let a judge decide who gets that money instead of it being dumped back into the general treasury to go back and earmark for DEQ's budget? That's our money. Our property was damaged. It belongs here. We want the board to send a letter to Virginia DEQ asking that DEQ undertake an individual analysis of all water body crossings, wetlands, and streams in Franklin County, including boring and trenching. Local input with state overview will be much better for the citizens of this county. We're asking the board direct the county attorney to write MVP directly to request $1 million deposit to be placed in this county, to be held on account until 60 days post any final construction, including land repair, new vegetation, and completed restoration work to this county's satisfaction to protect the taxpayers and citizens of this county in case MVP abandons this project or simply again never regains their lost federal and state permits at this moment. For your information, I may have some really great news today, by the way. There is a $4.3 billion U.S. federal stimulus package that's just been allocated for the state of Virginia from the American Rescue Plan. There's an announcement on the governor's website. I gave a copy of that to the clerk. There's also a recent news article here in the last day or two. I provided a copy to the clerk for that. We advise the board to begin immediate investigation for getting this $50 million from this infrastructure portion of this U.S. federal stimulus package. I recently called Senator Bill Stanley's office to have a discussion on this matter and was told that I was the only person from this county that had contacted his office regarding this stimulus package for any funding request for Franklin County, period. I found that hard to believe, but that's what I was told. So could we get this prior $12 million, $15 million, $18 million, whatever it's going to cost to run the Roanoke gas line down Route 220 out of this stimulus package? Can we get the $3.5 million to pay for the natural gas distribution lines inside Summit View Business Park? Because if MVP gets built, then we spend the stimulus money somewhere else in the county. If MVP does not get built, then we can pay to run the lines ourselves. This is a generational wealth opportunity for our county, and we need all hands on deck here. This is a pile of money, and we are missing the boat. So again, we ask the board, where are our DEQ protections and where is our money? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Law. Madam Clerk is, she is here. Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Beth Dowdy if she will come forward and meet with Mr. Tatum, the Vice Chair.
Beth, on behalf of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, I would like to present you with this resolution today and just thank you for all your many years of service and assistance that you've rendered to the board of Franklin County. With that said, I'm going to sit this right here, and I'm going to cheat. I'm going to read my large print version of the resolution. Whereas Beth Dowdy served the Roanoke Region Partnership, including its local government member localities and other regional stakeholders for 22 years, and whereas Beth Dowdy served in various capacities at the partnership and across the state, she was marketing director at the partnership in 1990 and was executive director from 1992 to 1999. She then served as president of the Roanoke Regional Chamber of Commerce from 1999 to 2008. She then rejoined the partnership and served as executive director for the last 12 years. Whereas Beth Dowdy has received many honors, she is a past president of the Virginia Economic Developers Association. She received its Cardinal Award and was named 3 times as one of the top 50 economic developers in North America by Consultant Connect. She also invests in the future leaders by lecturing on economic development at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Virginia Tech, Roanoke College, and was a visiting lecturer for the Milan Foundation in the Czech Republic. Whereas during her last time at the partnership, the organization has evolved from strictly business recruitment to a more comprehensive economic and community development program. Under her leadership, the organization launched the Roanoke Outside Get to Know Noke, as most people know it, and was instrumental in the forming of the Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority, all of which greatly benefited the Roanoke region. Whereas the Franklin County Board of Supervisors wish to extend their utmost appreciation to Beth Dowdy for her expertise, years of dedicated service and professionalism, which directly and indirectly benefited local elected officials, local government, staff, and regional stakeholders, and moreover, the citizens of our region. And now therefore be it resolved, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors desires to extend a very good wish for future good health and happiness to Beth Dowdy. Beth, thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the board and to the staff. The reason that we could have a good time together, I think, is one, because of the teamwork that's always exhibited in Franklin County, and also by the I think, bold decisions that have been made by this board of supervisors to invest in economic development, and you're starting to see the results of those decisions and that investment. So thank you very much. It's been my pleasure to work with Franklin County.
Thank you, Beth.
Good luck, Beth.
We'll ask Dr. Mark Church if he'll come forward. We'll do the same thing that Mr. Tatum did. Our clerk, she is kind enough to make these large prints so we can read them. I'll give you this too when we get through if you want.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll give you this along with that.
I understand how you do.
A resolution of appreciation. Whereas Dr. W. Martin Church served the Franklin County Public School District for 20 years. Originally from Franklin County, he has had a 34-year career in education, serving in various capacities across the state. And whereas during Dr. W. Mark Church tenure, Franklin County Public Schools received several awards and recognition. Whereas Dr. W. Mark Church developed and implemented innovative solutions that advanced the education of Franklin County students, such as the new tech at Giroux Center, Technical Center, in the Eagle Tech at Franklin County High School academics, which was designed and implemented as project-based learning opportunities for students. Dr. Church was also instrumental in implementing the mindfulness initiatives across Franklin County schools. And whereas Dr. Mark Church has many personal achievements, such as being selected for a scholarship to Helsinki, Finland, and Berlin, Germany, and participant in Sanford Schools Shadow a Student Challenge. And whereas Franklin County wishes to extend its utmost appreciation to Dr. W. Mark Church for his expertise, years of dedicated service and professionalism, which directly and indirectly benefited all citizens of Franklin County. And now, therefore, be it resolved, Franklin County desires to extend every good wish for the future, good health, and happiness of Dr. Mark Church.
Just, usually when I'm up in front of this board, sometimes I'll leave with, maybe a little bit less than what I came with. But I do want to say that I have certainly enjoyed my tenure as superintendent and my relationship with this board, the county administration. We have an excellent county, and that's due to your leadership and due to our citizens and our school systems that are top notch. It's nice to have the superintendent and assistant superintendent sitting in the back, supporting me, but also at the helm of your school system. So I am honored, and I certainly do appreciate, again, this honor, and Godspeed to Franklin County for further and future greatness. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a 5-minute recess just to, or break, just to wish our well-wishers well in their endeavors, and then we'll come right back to our meeting. All right, I'd like to take time and take just a minute for a prepared statement that the county has gotten up on some information on the proposed new station for the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department. At our last meeting, the board voted to put the project out for bids to see what cost may be. The planning for this station started back in 2007 when the county completed a county station report, which led to a discussion of building a joint fire EMS facility in Glade Hill. Volunteers had an aging building in need of replacement, and the service needs in the area continued to grow. In 2017, the county purchased the property on Turtle Hill Road and Route 40 as the location of this new facility. Following the purchase of the land, a site evaluation was performed in 2017, and the county developed a core station document in the same year, and a planning committee for the Glade Hill Station was formed. The Glade Hill Station Planning Committee included Supervisor Tommy Cundy, Supervisor Tim Tatum, Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department Chief Richards, later replaced by Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department Assistant Chief Smith, County Administrator, Public Safety Director, and the county's Director of Buildings and Grounds, Mike Thurman. The committee began planning for a building that would become a new facility for the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department, as well as house public safety, EMS, and career staff. In 2020, at the board's direction, the county hired Thompson and Litton architects and engineers to develop construction drawings and specifications for the new joint facility. At this time, Carrot project construction costs were estimated at $4.6 million. This number includes allowances for water storage, generator, furnishings, telecommunications, and a 4.5% escalating factor. The cost estimate for the building itself is $2.8 million. The total project cost included architectural and engineering service, testing and inspections, and a project contingency is $5.2 million. As for the next action of the board, we will meet in August to review and accept or deny the project after bids are received. A project fact sheet and the most recent presentation to the architects regarding the project can be found on the county's website. In recent weeks, we have noticed apprehension between some of the county volunteer organizations and paid career staff. In Franklin County, all of our dedicated fire and EMS workers, both volunteer and paid, work together as one organization to serve the visitors, residents, and businesses of Franklin County. In the past, this board has discussed the need for a comprehensive public safety facility and operations assessment. This past spring, the board adopted a budget which sets aside funding for the comprehensive study, where staff is now in the process of beginning to initiate the RFP for this work. This comprehensive study will review all previous efforts and provide a thorough look into the future of the county's fire EMS facilities, equipment, and operational needs. This study will allow an opportunity for volunteers, staff, businesses, residents, and other stakeholders to provide input through work groups and surveys on the future needs of the fire EMS services within our growing community. A work session to discuss such needs has been planned for September, where we will discuss these items in more detail. All of our board meetings and work sessions are open to the public. A copy of this statement is available with the board clerk, Ms. Selfie, upon request. And this will be made available to all of the media that's here today. Thank you. Okay, our consent agenda. Our consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion we approve is presented.
I think number 2, we're gonna have to pull that one. Because it's gonna take a vote with that until we can go in the back in session and discuss that and then bring it back for a vote. So we can bring that up, or we can do the discussion now, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Mr. Chairman, I would say let's deal with it with our other appointments.
Okay, we'll do it under
Evening.
other matters, other appointments. All right, I have a motion for the, number 1. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same? Thank you. Mr. Daniels with VDOT, monthly report. How are you today, sir?
Doing well, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you, members of the board. I'll do my normal monthly report and then take any questions. You should have in your packet our report, and I'm gonna hit the highlights as normal. Starting with our maintenance over the past 30 days. I think Brian discussed with y'all Grassy Hill Road new plant and then our Bondbrook Road work last month, so I'm gonna skip down to 40 and Route 116, we recently completed latex slurry overlay, except for the final pavement marking. Now, it could have been completed very recently, but as of Monday, I don't think it had been totally finished. So we still got some pavement marking to be completed. Moving down to upcoming maintenance, Route 723 Lucy Wade is still closed. We actually replaced 3 culverts on that section, and it is ahead of schedule, so that's going well. We're still working on Sleepy Hollow. That was quite a significant culvert replacement on that subdivision street, and it is going well as also. A note on 602 Fairham Mountain Road. We've had that on a couple months. If you recall, we had a box culvert scheduled to go in to replace a culvert there. Our bridge office had to do some coordinating with the crane service and some other things, and it got delayed. We're going to pull that off the report until we get an updated schedule. It's still upcoming, but we don't have a date yet. So you won't see that next month unless we get a schedule between now and then. Moving on to page 2, we've got some patching coming up on 220, 116, and 619 Sontag. Most of this will be done in August. I will note that on 220, Mr. Mitchell, you had spoke about some bridge approaches on 220 at the 40 overpass.
Yes,
that
sir.
work's included in this patchwork, so you should see that being rectified in about a month.
Thank you.
Jumping down to construction, our Route 40 bridge over Tharp Creek on the west end, where it's closed, is moving along well. They did the deck pour last week, so that's significant progress. It is on schedule. On to page 3 at the top, our roundabout construction is underway and on schedule. We had to, if you go through there, you'll see about 3 places where we put culverts across the road as a new patch. And that created some traffic delay. It was short term, thank goodness. Most of the work now is out of the road to the right if you're headed south, or to the west side. And you can even start to see the circle when you go through there now. So progress is definitely being made. I think, Ms. Smith, you had inquired about the length of the work zone last month. And basically, when you go through there, we stepped the speed limit down. So we ultimately reduced the speed limit to 35 from a 55. So we don't typically, never say never, but it's not our norm to reduce a speed limit in 20 mile an hour in one step. So we'll step it down. There's some length that has to happen between the steps. So that it dictated a little bit longer of a work zone because of that 2-step speed reduction.
Okay, thank you, Todd.
Yes, ma'am. Route 834, our safety project, you should see some activity out there. If you ride through there, we're doing a shoulder improvement between Burnt Chimney and Scruggs Road, where you'll see some widened shoulders and rumble strips, and that's some safety money doing that project. 718, our bridge closure, is coming along very well and on schedule, Colonial Turnpike, that is. And the last comment I have is the US 220 Back Creek in Roanoke County. Mr. Cundiff. I don't have a significant update, but I can tell you that we understand it's on schedule, and I hope by January or sooner, I'm gonna tell you it's complete. You'll know it before I do, probably, but I hope I tell you that they're telling us by the end of the year it will be
I'll
complete.
probably know it before you will, because I travel that road pretty regularly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, that is the extent of my update. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions? I have a question. I see that is supposed to be completed in December, according to the paper I have here.
Yes, sir.
Back Creek. Now, is that our Christmas present? Because it's well welcomed, I tell you that much.
I would consider it a Christmas present. I hope you get an early
Well,
Christmas
I tell you
present,
what.
but I won't commit to that.
I tell you, Mr. Tatum and I have really been thinking those things over, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Kings Dominion and Busch Garden are losing money on this road. Because I understand that it takes the place of the tilt-a-whirl and the roller skate, and the roller coaster.
When we do our final pavement, to that
yeah,
comment,
I
I
mean, you
hope we've got a smoother ride with our
I
final
tell you
pavement.
what, I think everybody ought to take a tractor trailer through there just one time and see how many people get scared when you go through there. But, I mean, how long has this been in construction?
Year and a half. It's been a while. They had, and to kind of clarify that, it's been under construction for longer than expected, most definitely. I don't know the original start date and original completion date, or planned completion date, but they struggled with some of the tiebacks and the road, maintaining traffic while building the bridge. There were some unexpected things that the contractor ran into, and that created significant delay.
You missed Mr. Tatum and I comment last month that we said it must be a retirement bridge. Because I know everybody working on it's going to retire when this is over with.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
we're fit soon.
I'm just jesting with you. I appreciate you listening to me. And I know they're doing probably the best they can, but it's still, though, it amazes me that there hadn't been more accidents than it has, as rough as that road is. But anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And appreciate also getting the pipe in down there. Yeah, that's wonderful. And I appreciate everything you all do. I know you have a hard job. It's amazing what you get done, and thank you so much.
Mr. Tate.
Todd, I just had a couple issues that I've had concerned citizens call me about over the last couple of weeks. One of them on Pleasant Hill Road, from Providence Church Road east, going back toward 220. There's a number of houses through there, and they're complaining with traffic coming through, high rates of speed. I was just wondering if maybe y'all could do a study, see if we need to lower the speed limit through there, or some better signage or something to help with that. And
Providence Church to 220, is that what
yeah, between Providence Church and 220 on Pleasant Hill. And the other one, I received a couple of calls from a couple of ladies in Ferrum. They're saying that the MVP trucks are hauling debris from over in Boone's Mill, Callaway area, from some of the right-of-ways, and they're hauling it to Ferrum, to Timberland Mulch, and they're coming through 6 Mile Post, Ferrum Mountain Road, and Sawmill Road, and the heavy trucks are just doing a lot of damage to the shoulders and to the road in general. Could y'all monitor that and see how our road conditions are holding up through that area?
We will, Mr. Tatum. I recall recently seeing a work order request, and I don't know if it was specific to 6 Mile Post of that area, but MVP hauling and some road deterioration. We actually have in place with MVP, going back to before they started, an agreement to repair damage caused by their trucks and their work. We've been fairly successful in getting that done. Some of the repair work, I think they use some local companies to actually do the repair, and it's been pretty decent work. So we will check on this, and if indeed that's the case, we will. Brian and Lisa will work with our district staff to get some of those repairs made.
Thank you.
Ronnie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ran into Mr. Pagans on the way here today. Looks like we got progress at Caroline Springs and Hopkins. Thank y'all for that.
Yes, sir.
Make it a lot safer. Brian helped me with the road name where we had the slurry treatment, and you guys made a site visit off of Antioch Road there. You know what I'm talking about. I think it was Miss McBride. Do you guys have an update from Boxley on what they're going to do with the cul-de-sac out there?
So, and Brian may have to help me, but we had For the rest of the board, we've had slurry seal put down across the county and on various roads, which we do every year. And slurry seal is a very thin liquid asphalt, thin aggregate, lime water mixture. So it's a seal. It's not a plant mix overlay. It's coarser. And it's literally put down with a drag box and a squeegee. So the application is not as exact as a paver. I say that just to give you some awareness and perspective. But what we had in multiple areas, Ms. Smith, you had some in your areas too, where they did not do a quality application. And slurry is a good product, but I've been working with slurry for the majority of my career, and if it's put down good, it can look really nice. If it's put down poorly, it looks horrible. It still seals to a point, but it is a product that you've got to pay attention to your workmanship. That's what's happened. In some of the cases, I don't know specifically about that one, Mr. Mitchell, but the truck, as it was putting it down, was dropping some dry material. So it's kind of like making cake batter. You got some dry mix and liquid mix, and you mix it all up. Well, it was dropping some of the dry mix under the truck. It's got some conveyors. And then they were slurrying putting the slurry down over it so it didn't bond. So it starts to come loose. Well, then they go back and try to fix it. And the slurry, you can drive on it fairly quickly, but it's tender. So you pull a car up on it, you start turning your wheels, it will scuff it up really fast, really badly. Well, that's what happened in some of the cases, especially Ms. Smith in your area. I say all that to say that they do have a plan to come back and make some repairs. I'll caution the board when you get calls, if you get calls, repairing slurry, it's not like repainting your wall. They'll patch it. They may or may not make a complete pull, which I mean they may not patch or redo the entire stretch of road for a given road. So you will see that. It can be done, but once again, application, the workmanship is critical. We're working with our construction group, Mr. Mitchell, to get that corrected. Eddie Pagans is our maintenance manager, working very closely with the construction staff. We are, I shouldn't say it like this, but we're hopeful we get a aesthetically pleasing product and a quality product as well. But it's not, when you have to go back and patch it, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. But yes, we are working on it.
And I want to thank you guys for New Plant
Yes.
Road. That is 10 times better there and safer. And to kind of add on to Mr. Tatum, there's a lot of MVP construction going on up at Dillon's Mill and Adney's Gap. And I feel that the road up there is taking a pretty good beating. Now, I noticed on another road, they had, I don't know if this is the agreement you're talking about, they actually repaved part of that road. If that's something they can do on Dillon's Mill and right there on Adney's Gap where they're wearing it out pretty good right now, that would be great.
So I can't commit to what kind of corrective action we'll take till I know exactly what it is, and because Brian would say the same. But they've paved a few roads across the county for us in several of your districts, and like I say, they've done a decent job. So we're pleased with that part. We do have to observe it, document it, and work with them to get it paved. So what we'll do, I don't know for sure, but that is one of the options.
Thank you.
I will say it's maybe a little premature, but I'll go ahead and put it out there. You talked about Dillon's Mill. So we are working with our district staff right now who's working with MVP and a contractor. There's a bridge on Dillon's Mill about 2/10, quarter mile north of Wade's Gap. And that bridge it's got a posted weight limit on it. They are having trouble crossing it. They have offered, and they want to, reconstruct the superstructure. So once we get this worked out with them, there'll be a road closure on Dillon's Mill for a short period of time, possibly up to a week or 10 days. We don't know yet. Adney Gap is an alternative route, but as you know, it's not the best alternative route at all. We're working through those details, but the point is that we will get an unposted structure, which is a huge benefit to all of us out of this if we work this out. But we are scrutinizing it pretty heavily to make sure that the traffic is handled properly. It's not a lot of traffic, but 150 cars a day is 150 cars a day, and it's important to those 150 cars. So we're working on that. That you'll hear more about that as that gets ironed out. That's a few months away, but it is something in discussion right now.
Thank y'all. Thank you for everything you've done for me and my district. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, everything you do. Brian Carter, Director of Finance. Your turn.
It looks like it's in May, but it
Oh.
says July.
It says July. I mean, I can go over May's numbers again. Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. So for the monthly report, we're through June 30th, so this would be the full fiscal year. As we look, now these are preliminary numbers, of course. There are several year-end adjustments that we'll make between now and when the numbers are audited. But as we're looking, we would expect to see about 100% of the year. You can see almost all of our revenues are exceeding 100%, which is a very good sign. Our expenses are at or below 100%, so we're doing very well on managing that. We're looking for a good end to the fiscal year. To graphically show that, really you're going to see a similar thing. Revenue's up a little bit. You remember we also have that slight increase in revenue every year. Still trending a little bit consistent with what you'd see in prior years. To break that down a little further, you can see the increase in general property taxes. A little over $3 million in general property. That's mostly real estate. For other local taxes, most of that is driven by sales tax. We'll have a little bit more detail for you in subsequent slides. And you can see that the revenue from the state is pretty much right on par with where it was this time last year. So for real estate, you can see that we're almost $2.5 million over year to date over where we were this point last year. That's slightly over 101.9% of the budget. It's about 1.9% over what we budgeted. It's about a 6.3% increase comparing actuals to prior year. So that's a good sign. That's generated by the reassessment from the taxes. Personal property, we are seeing a very small increase, 182,000, about 1.5%. We're trending okay. When you consider the 5 cents that were reduced, we would be at about a 3.5% increase, which is on par with what you would want to see in normal personal property growth. Local sales tax, as I mentioned, is up significantly, $1 million compared to the same point in time last year, at 18.7%. You can see graphically the increase. I think a lot of that, I mean, it's been high. And I have a little bit more detail on some state numbers on sales tax, but we don't see that slowing down anytime soon. Meals tax, about $117,000 increase over last year, about almost 10%, which is good. It's been trending low all year. In the last few months, it's really increased as everything is reopened. So a very good sign. And transient occupancy continues to exceed expectations at a $96,000 increase, or about 74% compared to the same time last year. So we factored in some of that for this current year, but not quite that high. We do figure as things open up a little more, you might have some moderation in the transient occupancy. For the expenditures, you can see graphically a similar thing. You see a little drop off in June, but as you can see, it seesaws. So overall, we're on par, pretty comparable to what we see in prior years. To break that down by category, you can see most items are above. The public safety function is high. That continues to be the CARES Act money that we spent. Health and welfare is up a little bit. I'm going to go to that next slide. You can see it's mostly in... you have a little bit in social services and CSA. Ultimately, with CSA, we do expect to fall right at budget. We're allowed to go through the end of September on those. So there could be some changes, but overall, those numbers will adjust as we look at year-end numbers and make final entries for June fiscal year 2021. This is the fund balance that hasn't changed yet. So this is still the old, the end of the fiscal year, $2.9 million. This isn't factoring in any of the year-end numbers at this point. That'll probably come next month or maybe September. But we're still looking at a $2.9 million fund balance over our minimum of 20%. That minimum of 20%, when we look at the August report with July numbers, will reset because that 20% is based on our revenues and our budget. And so as that changes every year up or down, that minimum 20% changes as well. So just be aware of that when that changes next month. So to update you a little bit on the American Rescue Plan, there hasn't been a lot of change at the state level or the federal level. We're still expected to receive $10.9 million. That's directly. We have received $5.4 million of that. We have till December 31st, 2024 to obligate it and until December 31st, 2026 to spend it. So the benefit of that is you actually have some time to plan and also to line up, especially as you can use it for capital needs, which was a lot of difficulty with the CARES Act money. So on the school side, we did get revised numbers. It is at $14.7 million. Apparently the original estimates were just too high. This also factors in a 10% reduction that the state was allowed to keep by the federal government, and so they chose to do so. So this is 90% of what the county would have received, all said and done. But that looks to be the final number for the school system. They call it the ESSER 3 money at $14.7 million. They have a preliminary plan use of funds. My understanding is it has to go through a 30-day public comment period required by all the legislation. And so after that, everything will have to be ultimately submitted to Richmond and go through the state Virginia Department of Education, is my understanding. So the major categories, prevention and mitigation strategies, addressing learning loss. It is important to note that it is required that 20% of that $14.7 million be used to address learning loss. Addressing students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs. And then there's an other uses. The other uses, to me, I trimmed it, but it looks to be mostly the bigger items: teacher recruitment and retention, capital maintenance, and replacement is the focus of the school system. So that continues. The school system has their plan. That's up for public comment. I think it's on their website, been provided to the board. So we're continuing to look at that, work on that, review it as we go on. I think what you'll probably see at the August work session with Davenport is a more holistic look of county and school priorities, funding streams, ARPA. Maybe we have more information from the state from their General Assembly session at that point. They are scheduled, being the General Assembly, to meet August 2nd in their special session. Right now, the only item that I think is on the agenda is to determine the allotment of the ARPA money. We've seen some announcements from the governor. I think those are the planned things, but I don't think the governor has really the authority to do any of that yet until the General Assembly actually allocates the money. So we're kind of in a holding pattern until they decide how they're going to use it, what they're going to apply it to, and then what process it would be for localities to access that money once they determine the pots of money they can use. We do continue to monitor the evolving guidance. There's not a lot of variations. They actually did a very good job up front with the initial guidance put out, unlike the CARES money. For overall economic update, recently the state announced they've revised their estimate. If you remember last month, it was about $1 billion. Now it's about a $2.6 billion surplus they expect to end the fiscal year. That's driven by strong taxes. I mean, 80% of the state's budget is withholding taxes from payroll purposes and sales taxes. So the sales taxes increased by about 12.4% year to date through May. That was the numbers they had. Brick and mortar increased by 7.6%, but if you see the internet sales increase was 32.3%. Why we do not get that specific data from the state and when it is allocated to us as localities, I think it's a fair assumption to say that internet sales has driven a lot of our county sales tax growth as well over the last year. Inflation concerns are increasing. For the third month in a row, we've had a significant inflationary increase when you compare it to the prior year, to kind of 12 month back. It may be temporary. There seems to be mixed review among economists. It could be a blip as the economy opens up. You have that strain on the demand and supply with the shortages, staffing, materials, things of that nature. Nobody really knows for sure how long that'll be. I think part of this, in my opinion, is going to be driven by spending at the federal level. If we continue to see trillion-dollar packages passed, that is going to inflate the cost of other things in the economy. And that's just my opinion, uneducated opinion, but I just want the board to be aware that government spending is inflating the normal supply demand in the economy, and that's going to impact the county's cost for these services in simple things like fuel and supplies for our departments to operate. So we're keeping an eye on it. I don't think we've seen anything of a concern yet to completely, blow the budget, but it could be something that we may want to address with you in the future. And that's all. Any questions, be happy to answer them.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask every month. Leftover funds and with tax revenues being above budget, what are you projecting us to be above and beyond right now?
I think preliminarily, last month we were at around a $2 million surplus number. I think we're conservatively still there. It would not surprise me if it went higher, realistically. I'd like to get about another month of expenses in, but I think you're looking at bare minimum $2 million in a year-end surplus.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Smith?
I just, a point of clarification, Brian, that the ESSER money for the schools is under the school domain in terms of how we are the fiscal agent, for lack of a better word, or the conduit for state, for school funds from the state and feds. The ESSER money is going straight to the schools, and the expenditures are going straight out from the schools. So we are not involved in that.
That's correct. They do their own reporting. It is a direct, similar to the way the ARPA money comes directly to the county instead of through the state like the CARES Act. You're exactly correct, Ms. Smith.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Steve Sandy, Fox Run Road, VDOT street acceptance.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick update. This item, you may recall last year, I think it was in October, property owners of the Steeplechase subdivision, which are property owners along a road called Fox Run Road, a private road, they approached the board about the ability to use the escrow funds that we were holding to bring the road in their subdivision up to state standards. And so this was a escrow that was put up by Clark Jameson as part of the development, but it was a number of years, I think close to 7 or 8 years, where no activity had been completed to bring the road into the system. And so this board at your November meeting authorized staff to allow the use of those escrow funds to work with the homeowners to get that road brought into the state system. Happy to report that work didn't happen in November due to weather conditions, but this early this summer that work did take place. VDOT has approved the improvements. We were able to use those escrow funds to reimburse the homeowners for the contractor's work. I think in the end, the homeowners had to put out about $350, I think, roughly, total, not each, but total to get all the work done. So I think it was successful in many ways that we were able to get that work done. At one point, we were also talking about a portion of that road being brought into the state system. In actuality, the entire road is going to be brought into the system now. So I'm here just requesting your approval of the resolution that would authorize VDOT to now accept that road into the VDOT system for maintenance and upkeep and make it part of the state system. So.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a comment to everyone involved in this, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
Steve, VDOT, everyone involved, county staff, thank y'all for getting that subdivision road taken care of. I really appreciate it.
Jared was a very big piece of that, where he did a lot of the legwork. So I appreciate it, but he's owed some kudos as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion. Let me find it real quick. I was reading something else. If you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Number 4.
I make a motion to approve the attached resolution requesting VDOT bring Fox Run Road into the VDOT state road system.
Second.
And it's been second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell. Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson,
Yes,
Supervisor Carter is absent for this vote.
thank you. All right, we'll take about a 5-minute break here to get started up in the next session. Mr. Burnett's coming up with a
We've been gavelled.
Where's everybody? Here they come.
I guess.
Here they come.
They're coming.
You gotta get a bigger gavel.
Sir?
You got to get a bigger gavel.
Burnett, you ready?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so what we wanted to do today was bring you two contract proposals for work at the Summit View Business Park, both related to the road segment D3 and Eagle site. So just so that everyone's on the same page, this is the Summit View Business Park. The red circle or red oval generally depicts where the D3 road segment is, as well as the Eagle site. D3, if you are coming into the park from the south access, that south access dead ends into a large hillside. This road segment will cross that large hillside, take that down, and connect asphalt from there to the existing Pleasant Breeze road that's currently maintained by the state. So we bid this project out. We had 3 bids that came back on July 12th, came in substantially under both the engineer's estimates as well as under budget. Speaking of the engineer, we have Scott Caldwell here with ECI if there are any questions on an engineering basis that the board has related to the project. The low bid came from Bowman Excavating, which is located here in Franklin County. As you can see down at the bottom, there's a table there that has the engineer's estimate and then each of the 3 bids. We broke this out into 2 different projects or segments of the same project because of the fact that we have different funding sources for each. Everything related to the road itself, the road segment D3, is funded with funds from the county, the Tobacco Commission, and VDOT. The Eagle site grading work would be 100% done by the county. The engineer recommends the award of the project to Bowman Excavating for $2,722,456.20. We have got a 120 days from notice to proceed for substantial completion and 150 days to final completion. The Eagle site is approximately 15-acre pad site. We currently have no pads available at the park. We've filled up all the ones that we had. So now we are looking to create a new pad site by utilizing a lot of the excess dirt that's coming off the roadway construction, and this would allow us to build a 15-acre pad. The cost to do this is $959,012.50 to construct and would be paid for by the county. Those are funds that are available and budgeted from the most recent Summit View financing. The D3 road segment is approximately 1,035 linear feet connecting the end of the south access road to the existing Pleasant Breeze. Funds are available and budgeted from that financing. The bid was $1,763,443.70. We have $210,000 from the Virginia Tobacco Commission and $650,000 from VDOT's Economic Access Program. Currently, there is a moratorium, or has been a moratorium, on revenue sharing. If you remember, a few months ago, you all approved requesting funds from revenue sharing that was going to be used for the stoplights to go towards this D3 project. There's been a moratorium at the state level on those kinds of transfers. We think now that is being lifted on a case-by-case basis. So as of today, we'd be looking at about $902,000 from the county to go towards the D3 road segment. But if that revenue sharing moratorium is lifted and we're able to use those funds, that could drop our contribution to as low as $535,000 to build this road. So this is just a quick aerial of the site. You can see the Valley Star Administrative Campus here. We have the end of the South Access Road here, and the end of Pleasant Breeze is in this general area in here. So this road segment will actually tie in these two ends and make one continuous roadway. Then we'll also have the pad site, as you can see, just to the south. So possible motions that the board could make. One thing I did want to specify on here is that if the board so chooses to move ahead with this project, would be that we would approve a contract subject to fulfilling all pre-award requirements from VDOT. So there are 2 or 3 things that need to be done with VDOT requirements prior to our actual award of the contract. So we need to do that subject to fulfilling those items. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. And again, the engineer is here in case there are any technical questions.
Mr. Burnett, this road will be very similar to the other road with sidewalks and bike. Okay.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a 2-lane with a raised median in the middle.
Okay.
Yes.
Any more questions? Anyone? All right. Thank you, sir. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve a contract subject to fulfilling a pre-award VDOT requirements with Bowman Excavating in the amount of $2,722,456.20 for the construction of a D3 road segment of 15-acre Eagle site on Summit View Business Park, and authorize the county administrator and the county attorney to execute such documents as necessary to make this award.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Carter is absent for this vote.
Thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
all.
Burnett.
Yes, so the second item is again related to the same project. As you know, we have worked in the past with MBP. This is a firm that does construction management, inspection, and materials testing. We advertised for that service back earlier this month. We did get one respondent, which was MBP. We have worked with them in the past on the South Access Road project. It went extremely well for them to come in and be our third-party construction manager, as well as perform inspection and materials testing that is required by VDOT, as well as on the compaction of our pad site, which businesses are going to look for. So all work that we need to have done. The proposal is for $110,550 to do construction management, inspection, and materials testing on the D3 road segment, as well as the Eagle site. We have funds available and budgeted from the most recent Summit View financing. We'd actually budgeted about $279,000 for that, so we're well under budget. This also is potentially something that VDOT can help pay for. So I've actually changed the motion just a little bit to do the exact same thing that we did on the one we just approved, to say that if you all decide to approve a contract subject to fulfilling all of the VDOT pre-award requirements. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, so just for a point of clarification, because I know you've already covered it, this CMI-MT services, they're approved by VDOT, and VDOT will take the road over and everything when it's all completed.
Correct. Yes, all of the road design was for the road to be taken into the state system at the end of construction. And one of the things that VDOT does require is to make sure that the project was built to state specifications. And that's what MBP will do. Yes, sir.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
You said that VDOT could help with the cost of the management and inspections?
They can. So we actually worked with VDOT some yesterday and the end of last week, and they can add this in with some of the D3 funding. So it's possible for us to get some portion of our costs covered by the VDOT revenue share.
How much?
We're still working through that.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we talk about having somebody for the county to help with management of construction projects? Can y'all refresh my memory on that?
Yeah,
please?
we do, Supervisor Mitchell. Mr. Mike Thurman, of course, is our capital projects manager. Of course, Mike's background and expertise is in building construction and not necessarily engineering and testing. In the construction of a highway like this connector road and so forth, with federal, state funds specifically and to be built to those specifications, management companies, if you will, in that specific field, like CMI, MT, are utilized more often than not, specifically to make sure that all the testing, all the other engineering that has to be done as part of that. So Mr. Thurman, of course, is in the field, assigned to many other projects at this time as well, and
Right.
certainly is also working with the Summit View on various projects in Summit View.
Right. So my heartburn would be, with a little bit of guidance, could county staff maybe do some of what MBP is going to do to get this bill down? Seems like an awful lot of money for me to manage a roadway. We can call engineering firms to do compaction testing.
We
Right?
can, yes. We would be looking for someone that would be on site each day, that would be able to check all quantities, looking at engineering design plans, and comparing those to what's being put in the ground. There's a lot of laboratory testing that has to be done. So a number of different things that we've done. We did do this on the original Phase 1 project. We did do that with staff in-house as construction management. We ended up having quite a few issues there that we did not have on the South Access Road, because we did have someone in MVP that was able to have more expertise than staff necessarily would.
Right. Now, the asphalt company, whoever lays the asphalt, they'll do their own compaction testing, the nuclear density, correct?
They do some of that themselves, but there's also nuclear density testing that's done on the roadway itself before the asphalt, and then on the pad sites.
Right.
So you have a number of different locations.
The reason I'm familiar with this is because when I build retaining walls, we have to sometimes get compaction testing done, and it's just a few $100s per testing. So to have an engineering firm come out to just every day, they come out a lot of days. It's not that expensive. I'm sure it's included in MBP's bid here, but I don't know if I can support $110,000 for management of that short of a section of roadway. I think with just a little bit more push on some of the county staff, we can learn how to do some of this ourselves. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor. Mike, I might not know what I'm talking about. There's a good chance of it. We are building, we're doing prerequisite VDOT requirements for the road to be taken into the system. And VDOT's still here. Todd, I'm looking at you. Does VDOT not project manage the projects that you're out doing? Are you not project managing those from a VDOT perspective? It kind of seems duplicative in some regards for us to, we haven't had, contract management on site for many things we've been doing. And so I'd like some clarification on that, if I may.
Ms. Smith, we do, to answer your question, yes, we do manage many projects. Localities also manage many projects, one of which is Summit View. The Fair and Pedestrian Bridge is another example in the county. Regardless if the county managed the project or if VDOT did, we would have what we call CE&I costs. So you see here where you've got the contract management, inspection, and what have you. CE&I is the same thing, construction engineering and inspection. And to Mr. Mitchell's point, compaction testing is one of those things that we do. I'm lucky enough to in one of my past career points in VDOT, I was a construction inspector for 12 years and worked through our construction division. And when we put together a cost estimate today for a contract, we put a percentage of the construction cost as our CE&I cost, and then we put contingency on it like Mr. Burnett talked about. Well, those CE&I percentages, 10% is not uncommon. We as a residency, because we work internally with each other with our construction division, and they're telling us it's going to cost X, and we wanted X minus 20 because we want to save money. And 10%, 15%, 18%, construction engineering and inspection is quite expensive. And it's compaction testing is part of it. But to test soil, as an example, you've got to know what you're testing. So it's not as simple as, all right, let's go take the nuclear density gauge and run a test. You've actually got to know what your soil should be. What's the moisture content? What is the maximum theoretical density of the soil and what have you? So there's prep work to be done. That's lab work that Mr. Burnett was talking about to understand what am I testing. The plant mix, for example, you're right, plant mix companies do their own compaction testing on the surface course. But most times, and I have been out, I left construction in 2003, so it's been a while, but we actually, as VDOT inspectors, or for a locally administered project, your inspection group would actually test the base asphalt. So there's different types of asphalt, different layers. Now, the asphalt companies could be paid to do that possibly. I don't know that part. So, and then there's quite a lot of paperwork. The administrative part of the project management, and I won't claim to know all the form numbers, but there is a plethora of them. So that's part of what staff would have to do. And I'm not here advocating for MVP or any of the other consultant contractors that are out there, and there's many of them in Excel, AMT, and I could go on and on. But from just a personal opinion, if you will, it is really tough for the counties that I work with. We're more rural counties. You don't have a large staff. It's really tough to manage projects. Now, you can compare it to Roanoke County, that I've worked with some. They've got a larger staff. They've got more resources. They can do some of that, and I don't know this for sure, but I expect they also use contract resources to help as well. And then I'll go a little step further when you compare, if you wanted to compare yourself to a Northern Virginia county that's got a ridiculous tax rate, and they've got transportation staff. And I'm not saying the county should do that. Please don't think that, but I'm giving you a comparison. It is time consuming. It really is, for an individual to do that work. And I would say it's not a part-time job. It's really not. So.
Thanks, Todd. Well, Mike, we've got one proposal. Thank you, Todd. One proposal, and you've had some experience with this company before on the other piece of the road. Do you, in your opinion, find that this bid response is it responsive?
It is. I was personally pleased with the cost that came in. We did reach out to multiple firms as well as advertise. We just got the one response. I think a lot of people are pretty busy right now with so many construction projects. So I wasn't necessarily shocked that we only got to one. But I was very pleased that it was MVP because we did have really good luck with them last time. The cost estimate seemed good for as far as I was concerned, looking at what we had paid the last time and what we kind of had thought this one might run. So I was pretty pleased with that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman? Yes, sir. I think the only way we know we're getting what we paid for is how professionals do it. And if these things come up 6 months after completion and you find something is not up to standard, what do? And if you don't have someone that's up to standard to do the interpretation and be there every day, how do you know what you're getting? And with the size of this contract and what's involved, I think we need someone that knows the ins and outs and get the job done.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cundy.
My question is, it says not to exceed the price of $110,550. Does that mean it can be cheaper?
It could be, yes, sir. What they do is they have a per day or per hour fee that they charge for each day that they're out there. So if it turns out that the project comes in, let's say instead of 120 days, that it's able to be completed in 110, that's 10 days that those inspectors don't have to be on site, so they would not charge you for that.
Anyone
I didn't
else?
bring it up because I'm not sure the last time I saw a project that came in early, but yeah, that's the case.
Anyone else got anything to say? Questions? I like the fact that we got CMIMT. They've done work for us before. They are experienced. BDOT's familiar with them, and I'm not opposed to what Ronnie Mitchell's proposal. I want to talk about it in the future if we need to. I don't know if we got the business for what it's worth talking about to explore, but for now. But anyway, what's the pleasure of the board? What's your motion?
Chairman would like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve a contract subject to fulfilling all pre-awarded VDOT requirements with MVP with a not-to-exceed price of $110,550 for CMI-MT services on the Summit View Business Park, D3 and Eagle Site project, and authorize the county administrator and the county attorney to execute such documents as necessary to make this award.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call on this, please.
Supervisor Tito?
Yes.
Supervisor Clement?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes,
Supervisor Carter is absent for this vote.
thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Margaret Torrance, twice a year tax collection update. Mr. Torrance? Madam Clerk, will you check on that for us, please?
Mr. Chairman, I
I think we
understand.
can, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I understand our commissioner may have had a phone call, a vendor phone call perhaps this afternoon. Our Director of Finance, Brian Carter, of course, is with us this afternoon, and I think he had been in discussions with Margaret earlier. We do have a summary. It may be helpful for the board graphically that Mr. Carter has updated from a couple of years ago if we're waiting for Ms. Torrance. I think Mr. Sandy was going to check with Ms. Torrance first, but she did note, I think, Brian, that she had another phone call that she may be delayed, and we can always come back to this because I do see Mr. Preston here in the audience from Piedmont Community Services as well.
Mr. Preston, are you prepared, sir, and ready? I know it's a little bit early, but it's about 10 minutes early, but are you prepared, sir, for your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Please, come forward.
Of course.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Preston.
Appreciate you. Mr. Chairman, Board, Chris and Brian and Madeline, first of all, thank you for inviting Piedmont here this afternoon to share some information and talk about Piedmont Community Services. And again, I'm Greg Preston, the current Executive Director at Piedmont Community Services. What I've provided you is a history of Piedmont, and we are excited to announce next year we'll be celebrating 50 years of service for Franklin, Patrick, Henry, and Martinsville. So we will extend an invitation when we begin to celebrate next year. So
Thank you.
yes,
Thanks,
sir. Thank you. Before I go any further, I do want to introduce, I have Sharon Buckman that's with me. She's the clinical director. Shannon Clark, who's the community support director, and also Regina Clark, who's the director of prevention. And again, we won't hold you long. One of the things we wanted to share with you is about the services that we are obligated to provide and some services that we volunteer to provide here in Franklin County. So again, nestled in the foothills of Southern Virginia, here is our board of directors, and I do want to draw your attention. So again, we represent Martinsville City, Henry County, Franklin County, and also Patrick County. We have a director of clinical services, a director of operations, director of community support services, director of finance, director of youth and prevention, and also a director of human resources. The city of Martinsville has 2 representatives on the board of directors. Henry County has 5, Franklin County has 5, and also Patrick County has 2, for a total of 14 board members that sit on our board of directors. Currently, Franklin County has 2 vacancies, and it is crucial that the board of supervisors fill those 2 positions. And I'm in constant contact with Chris and Madeline, and so it is crucial that you have voting strength as we move forward with services. Again, Piedmont Community Services, we were established in 1972 by joint resolution of Franklin County, Henry County, Patrick County, and Martinsville. Piedmont Community Services, we're one of 40 community services boards in the state of Virginia. So if you go to Roanoke, there's Blue Ridge. If you go up to Danville, or go down to Danville, there's Danville, Pennsylvania, CSB. So scattered throughout the state of Virginia, there are 40 community services boards. So if you look at the Code of Virginia under 37.2500, basically what it tells you is that it's our job to provide public mental health, substance abuse, as well as developmental disability services for our localities. So we're here to provide services for Franklin County, as well as Martinsville, Henry, and Patrick. Along with that, there are some expectations. For example, there's something called a performance contract. So annually, we get a contract that we sign with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disability Services. And what that contract says is we'll provide certain services. They provide us state dollars to provide that service. They only provide 90% of the state dollars. The expectation is the localities we serve will supplant the other 10%. So I'm always talking to Brian and also with Chris about the importance of that obligation of Franklin County. And also, again, the board of directors representation, again, I can't stress how important that is for each of our localities to have appropriate directors, board of directors on our board of directors. So again, some of the services that we provide: mental health, developmental disability services, youth and prevention services. We do housing, substance use, medical services, just a host of services. Our mission statement, and again, as you read that, there's a couple buzzwords there. Number one, we teach all of our staff, it's our job to help at the most basic level. Whoever comes through our doors, or whatever house we go to visit, or if we're working at the schools or working with the local police department, our job is to try to help. And the other buzzword is enhance. We're there to enhance somebody's quality of life. Our vision, again, dedicated to provide responsive and effective care to assist individuals and the community to achieve positive health outcomes. Just wanted to draw your attention to just some data. All right, consumers by program. So we looked at 2018, and we served right around 7,615 individuals. Due to the pandemic, that number decreased a little. 2020, we served 7,482. And again, at the bottom of the graph, it shows some of the services that we provide. For instance, with mental health, right around 5,197. Emergency services, about 4,638, and so on. Again, some more data, 10-year snapshot. As you can see, in 10 years for Franklin County, we've seen a 49% growth in service needs. What we've discovered in the 4 localities in which we serve, there's a total population. It was about 142,000. Right now it's about 141,000 folks. So what we've calculated is out of the 142,000 individuals, there's an approximate 21,000 individuals that need some type of service for Piedmont or some private provider for behavioral health services, substance use, or developmental disability services. So clinical services.
Thank you.
So as Greg mentioned, I'm Sharon Buckman. I'm Director of Clinical Services.
Ma'am, will you speak into the mic, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
That might be easier for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. So I'm Sharon Buckman. I'm Director of Clinical Services for Piedmont. This is probably what you think about when you would walk into our building over on Technology Drive up above the Y in terms of the services that you would expect. You're going to hear about a lot of other services that are provided outside that building. We are the social safety net. We are the behavioral health safety net for our community. We don't refuse services based on ability to pay. We do accept insurances, and we also serve people who don't have insurance. We have a lot of partnerships in the community that help us to take services to where people are, to make them more accessible. We have emergency services available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week that can be accessed by an emergency number that you can find on our website. We do outpatient counseling. We provide both mental health and substance use disorders counseling, and we have the ability to serve people who have concerns both with mental health and substance use disorders, as that has become more the norm for the folks that we serve. We do case management services. That is helping people to get access to other types of care that they might need, including making sure they have primary care. We do those services both from the office, and then we actually have case managers assigned to every one of the schools in Franklin County, and really appreciate the partnerships that we have with the Franklin County school system. We have added mental health counseling in the Franklin County school system in the 2 years ago, outpatient counseling, as we had to scale down our therapeutic day treatment program. And that is the outpatient services are going to double. Instead of 2 providers, we will have 4 this coming school year. And we anticipate a significant need for mental health counseling among our young people this year. We have added a mobile crisis program to serve youth. This is a program with a licensed provider, a QMHP, qualified mental health professional, who can help carry out some of the service plans and provide the supportive counseling, and also a new type of position that we've just added this year, family support partner. Family support partners are people whose children have been consumers in the behavioral health services, so they can help families to learn to navigate the system. And so we're excited about adding that as a member of our team, adding that service to the mobile crisis service. We can go to where youth are in their homes, in their schools, and try to prevent them from having to go to a higher level of care, work with them for up to 2 weeks, and then move them on into ongoing services. We do a similar service for adults called crisis stabilization after we have determined that they don't need to be hospitalized or when they are ready to be discharged from the hospital. We have a partnership with our local law enforcement agencies to provide crisis intervention team services, and we have an assessment site at Carilion, another one of our partners with whom we couldn't serve the community the way that we do. We have a juvenile drug court in Franklin County. We have a partnership with Sheriff Overton to help out with his Bridging the Gap program, which is a substance use program in the jail. We still do some therapeutic day treatment services. We're with the students throughout the day to try to help them maintain their behaviors and manage their symptoms so that they can stay in school. We've started a partnership with the emergency department at Franklin Memorial so that people with opioid use disorder can go there to the emergency room and start medication-assisted treatment. When they walk into the emergency room, then we have a peer recovery support specialist who makes contact with them and helps them to then come on into services in the Piedmont Clinic, where we are offering medication-assisted treatment, and we have about a 60% follow-up rate of people that we've seen in the emergency department. For opioid use disorders, that's really significant, so we're very happy to be able to be serving more people. We offer same-day assessment if people want to learn more about our services or want to enroll in services. They could come into the clinic at Technology Drive anytime between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. and we'll have a clinician to do their assessment and recommend services and help them get linked to those services either within or outside Piedmont. And we also do an intensive care coordination program that is generally funded either through funding with the Juvenile Probation Office or through the Children's Services Act, which works with children who have been in residential care and their families to try to keep them in the community. Clinical initiatives, really there are only two, sorry. The bullets didn't quite offset, but we are starting an assertive community treatment team in Franklin County, and this is a multidisciplinary team, including a psychiatrist, nurses, counselors. We go to the individuals' homes. Our psychiatrist, who's our medical director, goes into people's homes to do their appointments. We're able to serve people who typically haven't done well with being able to follow up coming into the clinic. And this does reduce hospitalization and increases their ability to follow the treatment plan that's recommended for them. And then we're going to be starting a program that focuses on providing recovery supports to pregnant women with substance use disorders. And this will include peer support, counseling, housing, and also collaboration with a local OBGYN to offer them that specialized care. And then I will turn it over to Shannon Clark, who will talk about community support services.
Hello.
Hello.
Shannon Clark. I am the Director of Community Support Services. And under Community Support Services, we service the individuals with developmental disabilities as well as some of those with serious mental illness. Make sure, I need to go the other way. All right. There we go, got it, okay. All right, so again, under Community Support Services, one of the primary programs is Adult and Child IDDD Support Coordination or Case Management. Within the 940 individuals that have primary DD diagnosis that receive case management services, around 400 of those have what's known as a developmental disability waiver. They are funded by that. So we manage those waivers. Within Franklin County, there are 161 of those individuals that have a developmental disability that have a waiver. Also, currently on our wait list, we have about approximately 250 individuals that are on our wait list. Of that, about 16 are priority one. and then the rest are between priority 2 and priority 3. What I mean by that is that priority 1 means that they would accept services within 30 days, immediately, meaning that they need immediate services, whether that be group home, in-home services, day program, or what have you. We also operate under Community Support Services 7 congregate waiver group homes. In Franklin County, we have 3 of those with a capacity of 18, and which I'll show you the picture of those in a few moments. Under community support, we also have what's known as an intermediate care facility that's in Martinsville. And we look forward to possibly transitioning one of the Franklin County homes to an intermediate care facility. That facility will be more of a medically based and a more intense service for those individuals with developmental disabilities. We also have here in Franklin County in-home services, which is a more one-on-one for those individuals with developmental disabilities, and we serve them in their home where they live with their parents, family, and we do have some individuals that actually have their own apartment, and we have staff that go in one-on-one and care for them. We have approximately about 20 cases of that in Franklin County. We also have under our division Healthy Family Services. Healthy Families is their priority, is child abuse prevention. That is the goal of Healthy Families, and we serve those families where the mother is actually before birth, so prenatal all the way up to the child is actually 5. We have family support workers that actually go into the home, help the mother and family build a bond with the child, also make sure that they receive those go to the prenatal appointments, all those medical appointments, all those things that are key, and make sure that the child grows up in a healthy, safe environment. We also have what's known as early intervention services, or Part C. Of that, we have approximately I do need to tell you this, within Franklin County, we serve about a third of 54 families in the total of Healthy Families. So about a third of those are Franklin County-based families that we serve. In early intervention, it's about 167 families catchment-wide that we serve. In Franklin County, it's about 40 families that are affected. In early intervention, those are those individuals that have a developmental delay, that have not had that primary diagnosis of DD yet. So in other words, they've not been diagnosed with developmental disabilities at that age of 6 or older. So it's those individuals that are 0 to 3, okay? We also, under community support, fund some local private community day programs and also employment services. I'm sure you know of Goodwill and that type of thing. We do that for those individuals that are on the waiver wait list that need day services. So we do our best to try to help pay for some of that as best we can with budget constraints. So just FYI there. We also have under community support psychosocial rehabilitation programs. We have 3 of those throughout the catchment area, but in Franklin County we have one known as Horizons. In Franklin County we serve 48 individuals with serious mental illness. It's a day program for those individuals, and we help them work through recovery, also self-autonomy, learning, being a valued member of the community, all those things that they may need, again, to have a better quality of life. And then, of course, housing. When we think about housing, Piedmont has also, other than residential, we have embarked on permanent supportive housing program, and that is overseen by Carolyn Whiting. We actually have placed a few individuals within the community through vouchers, through a voucher program, as well as through auxiliary grant. We've assisted them through gaining auxiliary grant in order to gain supportive housing or permanent supportive housing within the area. So we've been excited about that. As you see there, those are the 3 waiver group homes. One is Herrick House, which is a 6-bed, Wanda Jones, which is a 6-bed, as well as Burris House, which is a 6-bed. If you see, we are integrated in the community. We don't have a sign out front. We like to be included. And then, of course, there you see a Mountain Avenue Apartments. We do have some individuals there as well that live on their own, but may receive services from us. And now I'll hand it over to Regina.
Regina's coming up. I don't know if they're saving the best to last. I'm not sure how that works. Okay. Regina, you see back there where the glass is, you see the lights? Right beside that, that's just a screen. When you get through, you go in that door back there and you have to play a song for us on that piano.
Oh, goodness. I don't know. You guys may be in for a real treat then.
Regina and I go to church together. She's a pianist. That's why I'm picking her.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I am Regina Clark. I'm the Prevention Director for Piedmont, and I'm really excited to share about our services, and I'm proud of the good work that we're doing here in Franklin County. And I can say as a resident, I'm really proud to raise my family here, and my kids are going to be coming up. So it gives me passion and pride for what we do, and I'm invested in this, as you'll see. So some of the services we provide are the school-based services. We are able to provide services for every student in Franklin County Public Schools. So every 4th, 6th, 7th, and 9th grader is able to receive the Too Good for Drugs program. This is a program that not only gives some education about substance use, but also does a lot of skill building. So communication, peer pressure, refusal strategies. There's a lot of things that are covered in this curriculum, but we're excited to be able to share that with these students. We do a lot of school-wide campaigns as well with our prevention staff that are in the schools, so every student has the potential to be impacted by our campaigns. We also do a Relate program. It's a dating violence prevention program. It really focuses on building healthy relationships, so not just within dating relationships, but all relationships. We do mental health and suicide prevention with middle school and high school students as well, and that's a big push. We're seeing the need for that, so we're very thankful for the school system to partner with us on that. And we also do some support group services at the middle school and high school level, and this serves as an opportunity for a lot of early intervention that we can go on to refer them to services if needed. Some of our family services, we do a Strengthening Families program, and this is for parents and children, or parents with children of young ages. We do a STEP parenting classes, and we've been able to adapt that to a virtual model this past year, which we're very thankful and proud of. And this is something we constantly want to have opportunities for parents to improve themselves, to improve the family system. And then we also offer custody parenting classes, and this is something that we are one of a few sites. We are approved by the Virginia Supreme Court to offer this 4-hour parenting program. And again, there's not a lot of these sites available in the state, so we're very proud to be able to offer that. Some of our community-based services, we do offer mental health awareness trainings. There's quite a variety. Mental health first aid is available. We do have several modules, both adult, youth, and first responder modules. And I'm actually really proud to say that we had a partnership with Franklin County Public Schools, and we trained all of their secondary staff, teachers, administration, everyone in youth mental health first aid back in 2018. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to continue that, as the certification is only good for 3 years. But with the need that we're seeing coming out of this COVID pandemic, we're really hopeful that we continue to provide education and to support our students. We do have assist trainings and Safe Talk suicide prevention training. So there's lots of options there based on the intensity that someone may desire. We offer Revive trainings. These are to help folks recognize and respond to an opioid overdose, and it teaches them how to administer the naloxone medication. We also offer ACEs trainings. These are for Adverse Childhood Experiences, is what ACEs stands for, and it works to recognize childhood trauma and how to overcome that. And the resiliency component, you may have heard of trauma-informed schools, trauma-informed communities. This ACEs training is one aspect of that and works to address the trauma-informed initiatives. You may or may not know, we do have a substance use prevention coalition here in Franklin County. It is the FRESH Coalition. We've been in existence since 2011. And it's actually made up of community members that we serve a similar goal of wanting to make our community a safe, drug-free community, and we really support the youth in our area. So we do a lot. It's really, we say it's youth-led and adult-supported. We do have a youth component, which is called CHILL, Communities Helping Improve Local Lives. And those are high school students who are actually committed to making healthy, positive choices. And so they do a lot within their school system and the community to raise awareness about substance use and really talk about issues that affect youth. And so they give us a lot of insight into what they want to see in their community. And then as adults, we help shape and how to make that happen. So Family Fun Day is a big one. We provide that in the fall. And the after prom party is another big one that we've been a part of. So that the students have really enjoyed. And then just working to collect data and information. So if there's ever questions that you may have about what we're doing in the community, please feel free to reach out about that. I do want to touch on some initiatives that were not included in the PowerPoint, but we do have an opioid task force you may not be aware of, but this is something that we started just a few years ago. We really work in partnership with several representatives with the Sheriff's Office and other folks, Carillions at the table as well. We work to reduce the opioid issue. We promote safe storage of medications, safe disposal of medications, and we work in partnership with law enforcement to promote the prescription drug take-back that happens twice a year. So that's a big part. We also have mental health initiatives for first responders and veterans. We're seeing a huge need to address this. There's a huge increase, and our community is not an exception to that. We're seeing that all over. And so we're working with staff and also local first responders to address that need. And then we also are part of the Region 3 Suicide Collaborative. So again, we're recognizing the need for the mental health services, and so we're working really hard to address some of these things. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I still have 3 minutes. No, I'm joking. Again, just some of the initiatives that we're working on, and I apologize. I put the glasses on, I can read, but I can't see you, so I'm going to look at it. Just a list of initiatives for you that we're working on that's real important to the community. Department of Justice, civil commitment changes, and a host of different services. Again, just to recap some of the facilities here in Franklin County. Just remembering, our partnerships, and they're very important. And I do want to just take a moment and just, tell the board that it's a pleasure to work with Chris and Brian and Madeline. So we do appreciate, the partnership with Franklin County. I also wanted to just take a minute and recognize the board members from Franklin County: Betty Buckingham, B.W. Wright, Megan Houston is one of our new board members. We just had orientation. We're going to miss Justin. He's recent past board chair, and as well as Charles Wagner. We really miss Charles. He's been a great asset to the board as well as the rest of the board. Again, some of our partnerships here in Franklin County. And right now we have approximately 450 employees that work for Piedmont. About 150 plus are work here in Franklin County. And I say plus because we have right around 31 vacancies right now. It's hard to find folks to fill some of our vacancies. I think that concludes it. Again, just a reminder, 2022 we'll be celebrating 50 years. We'll extend the invitation. And I just want to personally say I'm proud of the staff here in Franklin County. We have awesome staff, very educated. They're really mission driven, and I think the board should be proud of them. And again, lots of services. And my point to some of the directors was to overwhelm you with services, because that's what we do. If we don't provide the service and you need it, we'll build it. Our job, again, go to the code. It simply says we're here to serve our localities. So open for any questions.
Anybody got any questions? Okay.
I do. Mr. Preston, what is the current status of the state funding waiver slots in DD and ID? I know the history of that, but is it improving? Is there light at the end of the tunnel? Are there still 6,000 people on the list?
It's still an extensive waiting list. What tends to happen is you get so minimum waivers each year
I know
that the need sometimes overrides the number of waivers that we get. So it's constantly a battle. Did you have more to?
Well, I was just going to say the statewide waiting list is right now short or a little over 12,000.
It's 12,000?
12,000. Mm-hmm. 12,000.
Well, we need an advocacy effort.
Yes.
Yes.
to correct, and so we've got 200 and some folks on waiting list in Franklin County?
250 agency-wide.
Agency-wide?
So it's in our catchment area. That's our catchment area. That includes Patrick County, Martinsville, and also Henry County.
Okay.
And Franklin. So that's 250 people.
That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's a terrible number.
And of those, the priority one is about 16. So meaning 16 people could need services today. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So annually, how many waivers slots do we get?
Last year, we got 12.
So we may
And-
get 12 slots, and then next year we'll get 24 people that need the service.
Right. And of those 12, we only got 4 CL slots, which is pretty much the golden ticket, which is your community living slot. They usually issue out more FIS, which is the Family Individual Services, which is a limited slot that is not as rich. Your community living slot includes 24-hour services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just have one more question, Mr. Preston.
Yes, ma'am.
Agency-wide, what do you consider your biggest challenges are, not just, operationally, but in terms of service provisions?
Currently, staffing right now is finding qualified staff. The state has certain criteria that you have to meet, and just finding qualified staff has been a challenge. We have lots of, concerns, but currently, I think staffing is a significant deficit that we're running into.
Well, I know back in the early 2000s, I was president of a CSB board
Yes, ma'am.
for numerous years, and vacancies were a systemic issue
Yes, ma'am.
back that far.
Yes, ma'am.
CSBs, I think, across the Commonwealth experienced that.
Yes, ma'am.
So nothing's really changed, is
Yes,
what
ma'am.
I'm hearing. It's
Yes,
just
ma'am.
getting worse.
Or the commissioner just closed 5 state hospitals due to lack of staff.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Preston, you
yes,
may
sir.
not know the answer to this. It's a pretty big question.
Sure.
Or why. But would you say 31 staff short in Franklin County?
No, sir. Overall, we have 31 vacancies in our agency.
In your agency?
Yes, sir.
How many is it statewide?
I'm not sure statewide how many staff vacancies there are.
But they just closed 5 hospitals.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they didn't shut them down. They closed them to admissions until they can build up the staffing. So they're not taking any new admissions until they can get the staff that they need.
Were any of them in your area?
Not yet. Well, Catawba, right? They did.
Catawba?
That they,
Catawba.
oh, really?
They did
Really?
close Catawba to admissions. Yes. Yeah.
Any more questions?
I know Regina very well. You mentioned the custody classes. I didn't know that was something you guys offered. Have you talked to Greg Maxwell with him and him? He does that father's rights groups for. Are you aware of him and his initiative with that?
No, but I have a feeling you and I will connect, and I will be.
Yeah. So I think just talking to him in our monthly meetings we have, he works with fathers that want to get custody back of their children, and I think your class would maybe benefit some of the people he's helping.
Okay, that would be great. We're offering it virtually right now,
Okay.
and we hope to maybe even be able to do a hybrid model going forward. So I would
Okay.
love to connect
Cool.
with that.
Thank y'all for everything.
Appreciate it. We love referrals. Keep sending them.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And your
Thank you.
staff for coming today.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for the good work that you guys.
Yes, sir.
It's one of those jobs that it's not out there very much, but
Yes, sir.
thank you for
Yes, sir.
doing
Appreciate
your
it.
job.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Greg.
your time.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. All right. Ms. Torrance, Margaret Torrance. She's going to do us upgrade on the twice-a-year tax collection.
Time's drawing nigh, and we have.
Will you talk into that, please, to the mic?
Oh, this thing, okay. Time is drawing nigh on us, that's for sure, but we have started the process of building the system. On July the 5th, I met with PCI, and I went over all of our business processes so they would understand what needs to be done. in order, or all the changes in the programming that need to occur before we can actually implement the twice-a-year billing. And then on the 15th of July, the clerk's office, GIS planning, treasurers, and myself all met to address the needs that have to change within the organization for us to get the information we need in time to get the work processed and create the book. And then once all of these have been resolved, which currently they have not, we're still working on that. But once that's resolved and PCI gets the program modified, then we'll start our testing. Once we test and work everything out, and in that testing, we're going to have to work out issues with the State Corporation Commission assessments. We're going to have to work out tax relief for the elderly, veterans relief. We've got to make sure that we have all the plats and the deeds from the clerk's office by the cutoff and issued to us within 2 weeks of each, the following 30th of each month. We've got to work all of our prorated new construction permits. We've got to send an appraiser out on every active permit in our file. All that has to be done in time to get all of this processed, which would have to occur no later than the end of January to make it all flow. And of course, you all as a board are going to need to set the tax rate in March so that I'll have a figure to use to generate the book and the tickets. And we're working toward that end. We've got a lot of things we haven't completed yet, but I feel good about it. I feel like we're in a good place, but there is still yet a lot of work to be done. But I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to make this happen if we get cooperation from all the different parties that have to come together to give me what I need to create the book in time. So that's where we are. Do y'all have any questions?
Any questions? Smith?
Margaret.
Yes.
So we're just getting started on working on this in this month?
Well, yeah, and what happened with that, PCI has had the software there. They still have to do some modifications, but we had a computer upgrade with PCI. We've been testing and doing our regular business processes and assessing all of our items throughout the year, and we're still working on upgrades, but that threw us behind because we had the computer software upgrades hit us at the same time. The tax relief, the twice-a-year billing was thrown at us. So we're trying to incorporate all of that together. And there's a process, and we're still working out bugs with the upgrade.
Yeah, because, we, entered into this last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I would encourage you and your office to work towards that January.
Oh, we are. We're going to make it. We always do. But what I'm saying is nothing ever works the way you think it is. The devil's in the details. And when you get into these things, you run into all types of situations that were never addressed. But I am going to have cooperation from other departments to make this happen. And when I say that, I've got to get the plats and the deeds in a timely fashion so that we can get the assessments, all the data entry, all the proofing. It's a lot of work that goes on there. And I've also got to work something out with our assessment group that does our building permits and our January 1 values. And when I say do them, they go out in the field, they gather the work, they up the values based on the progression of the work that has occurred as of the first of each year. And the code says I have to do that at the end of every year, so I have a new fair market value for the next year. So I've got to get a committal from him that he's going to be able to provide me with the appraisers that it's going to take to get that done. If they can't, then I may have to come back to you all for a position for an appraiser. But either way, I'm going to start with them first and see what they can provide. I feel like they'll work with me, but pulling two people off to make this happen, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to say.
I'm just disappointed that we're so far behind.
Well,
that wasn't our expectation.
No, it never is. But, you deal with what you have. And we have a computer upgrade, and we have to stop all of our process. Now, we still have our regular work. So we're trying to do our regular work. We're trying to figure out all the changes, all the testing, all the configurations, everything that comes in with a computer upgrade. We've got to work through those issues, too. And that was thrown in here at us at the same time. So I think my girls have done a really good job of keeping it together, but we have a lot of work to do in that office.
Oh, I understand that. I understand. Thank
And
you
a lot
very
of this stuff is out of our control.
Anyone
Chairman,
else?
I have more of a request from staff than from Margaret. Mr. Whitlow, if you could reach out with Margaret and see if, she said that she needs information from other departments, see if we can encourage them to the top priority, that this is a priority for this board, for this, and to work together. I mean, Margaret, she has to wait for these other departments, and see if we can encourage them to step up to the plate and make this happen. It's not all, we can't dump the whole load on Margaret, and but it needs to happen, and all the agencies need to work together. And I know, Margaret is elected to her position like we are, and she answers to the voters like we do. And the only recourse that we may have as a board on some of these departments would be budget time.
Right.
And just encourage them that we want this to happen,
Right.
and to work with Margaret and make it happen.
Mr. Tatum, I'd just add that our office initiated the recent meeting to pull all those departments together with the Commissioner's office in lieu of that concern, because we too have been concerned, and so our staff put that meeting together in the last couple of weeks and initiated that. And so, I would add also that it takes a lot of commitment and participation too from the clerk's office, the clerk of the circuit court, which is the constitutional office.
That's correct.
I know they have been really loaded, and of course we've put money in the budget to assist this year in that. And so I think our clerk certainly understands. And
Yeah, we've had a meeting and we've discussed it, but we didn't really come to any final conclusion. I think there's still some discussions that need to be had so that everyone fully understands there's a certain amount of work that it takes us to process the work once we get it. So we have to get it in a timely manner, spread out throughout the year. We can't just get all this thrown at us at the end of the year and make it happen. So it is important that every department understand why we need the information when we need it. And we have, like Chris says, we have had one meeting, but we never really resolved any issues. We just had a lot of good discussion, but no resolutions. And I know we're planning on meeting more, but we do need to move forward with it pretty quickly.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may I ask a question?
Sure.
How much does the county spend on getting assessments every year?
Well, last year I went over my budget a little bit, but generally around $25,000
So
to outsource the building permits and my January 1 values. And they also work my splits, my subdivided parcels as well. Some of the stuff we can do internally, but what we can't, I have to pay them to do. And they get $25 a parcel for every one that they have to go out and visit. Anything that they assess for me internally, they'll charge me, it's like $11.75 a parcel.
the reason I was asking, which $25,000 is not a lot of money, but you mentioned internal assessor.
That's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, time you pay benefits and everything.
But you're planning to have the conversation with your...
Gary Eanes, he owns Wampler Eanes Appraisal. That's who does our reassessment. They have always been really good to help me, but what I've got to get from him is a guarantee that he will send me a man when I call him, which means I've got to have them every month, and they've got to be kind of, in a way, on our payroll, because it's going to be requiring a lot more because we have to do it more often. So instead of him sending me 2 guys for 2 months, he's going to have to send me somebody every month to get this done.
Well, thank y'all for all your hard work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anyone else? Got any? Mr. Cundy?
Well, it's more of a praise than anything else. I know that the 6 years I've been on the board, I've gone to Margaret's office, and I always got my satisfaction, my questions answered, and I would like to thank her and her staff what they've done. I know they've faced a momentum task ahead of them, but I just want to brag on you now, and I know at the end I'll brag on you more.
Well, thank you,
Thank
Tommy.
y'all for what you do, because you do have a hard job. I mean, really, you do. You got people trying to hide stuff, and this, that, and the other, and you're very good at digging it out, and you really help the county tremendously.
Well,
But
thank you very
for you and
much.
your staff.
I appreciate that. Any more questions?
Anything, anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Torrance, for you.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Twidlow.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, upcoming events, just remind the board next Tuesday, July 27th at 10 o'clock, there will be a ribbon cutting at Stick Pack Solutions there in the Summit View Business Park. And of course, look forward to that event. The Roanoke Regional Partnership will be with us that day, as well as others that were involved in that project. Looking ahead into our August, and we mentioned this yesterday, we coming off the Broadband Authority meeting yesterday, and I thought a very productive board work session yesterday afternoon with the Western Virginia Water Authority on infrastructure. We are scheduled to have our next work session there in August for the American Rescue Plan Act, the next stimulus, the next round of stimulus dollars, or the ARPA funds that's been mentioned some today. In addition, our financial advisors with Davenport are scheduled to be with the county for that work session. As we look big picture to do our capital planning, look forward to that. It was already also mentioned today, looking into September, a September work session with our comprehensive public safety plan and looking at public safety from apparatus, equipment, to stations, to operations and so forth. So looking forward to that. And then staff sent out an email, I think, to the board, and we've received confirmation back from most of you regarding the work on the board's strategic plan. Of course, we wanted to do a strategic plan last year, and due to the pandemic, we were not able to. Of course, that's been lined up for November 30th and December the 1st, and we look forward to that. And so if you can mark your calendars now, I think I've heard from most of you that you are available, but if for whatever reason, if you're not available those days, November 30th and December 1st, please let me know, because the consultant is holding those 2 days open now. And then
What's the time on that?
Time yet to be identified, Mr. Chairman. Likely these will be all-day sessions or a majority of the day, and we'll get more specifics with that with our consultant, and I will share that back with the board. And then in terms of other updates, I'd just like to congratulate again Mr. Steve Sandy, who has served on the Commonwealth of Virginia's Broadband Advisory Council during the last couple of years. And so Mr. Sandy was reappointed to the Broadband Advisory Council last week, or the other day rather. And so we congratulate Steve and certainly welcome that opportunity, as Steve also helps staff the Broadband Authority and his network there, and that certainly brings good opportunity, I think, both for Steve, but then also specifically for us as the county. And those are the updates that I have, Mr. Chairman, at this point.
All right, well, we will entertain a motion and comment from Mr. Tatum to go into closed session. Prior to closed session, we'll take about a 5-minute break.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors will enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personal discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or expansion of an existing business or industry. A7, consultation with legal counsel. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Got a motion? Can you get a second?
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Clement?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Carter is still absent.
Session started for the Franklin County Board of Supervisors. Appreciate your patience. We've been going all day. Mr. Tatum's got something to read, and then we've got to do a vote there.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in closed session, to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please.
I'm going to start back at Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Clement.
Yeah.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter is absent.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got to do something here now that is bittersweet. And when I say that, it's there's a part of me that's happy to do it, and there's a part of me that doesn't want to do it. But I know you all have heard over the years, I've been guilty of saying it myself, and probably most of you in here have said it yourself. It's not, it's just the way it is. But you know, we stop sometimes and look at our young people and say, if this is where our future lies, we in trouble. And you all shaking your head yes and know what I'm saying. This past summer, we've had a young lady that has graced our presence tremendously. And I say it's bittersweet because this is her last board meeting. She done her internship with us, and when I introduced her back in the summer, the only thing that I could say is after talking to her for a couple of times, and I introduced her, I said she's very colorful. And I can't tell you how many people has come and said, man, you hit the nail right on the head with that. This young lady has been an asset to Franklin County, and we're going to miss her. And the board's going to come with me down. And Carly, I want you to come up front. I don't know that this has ever been done before for an intern. And Ms. Smith said that she wanted to adopt her.
I am going to adopt her.
And I think all the rest of us want to as well.
I'll adopt after this education.
You don't want to pay for it, do you?
Oh, so you, okay, I'm with you.
Assistantship is covered.
That's covered.
Ms. Carly Foster fulfilled her internship with Franklin County in the County Administration Office the summer of 2021. Ms. Foster has successfully completed her bachelor's degree from Virginia Tech and is pursuing her master's in public administration at James Madison University. She's coming after you, Chris. Whereas during Ms. Foster's tenure with Franklin County, she has been instrumental in the successful completion of many county projects, including the county's first housing summit, the development and expansion of the county's social media presence, and the efficiency of many county processes. And whereas Ms. Foster's outgoing personality and willingness to learn, adapt, and contribute to the county has shown through the entirety of her internship. Ms. Foster has continuously provided useful insight which directly or indirectly benefits the citizens of Franklin County, and now, therefore, be it resolved, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors wishes to express their appreciation and gratitude to Ms. Foster and wish her well in all her future endeavors.
Thank you.
you gotta give a speech.
Yeah.
In 3 minutes or
Hey,
less.
don't tell me that. No, but I do want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great honor to work alongside of you and the staff. You know already, but they're amazing. Madeline's a great mentor, and I'm really lucky to have had this opportunity. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla, we're gonna take one more picture.
I know we're gonna take a picture.
I mean it for memory.
This
Oh,
is,
of course. Of
this is
course.
the large print that I had for that, but you probably don't need this, do you?
I might. I have my glasses on.
I know.
All right. Don't want me covering.
Carla, wanna be in the middle?
Jeez.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Carly.
Thanks, Carla. Carla, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
When you get that education, don't forget, we've already talked to Mr. Whitlow. Hopefully, we can find a place for you. Let's see, we got some housekeeping we got to do. We pulled, on our consent agenda, we pulled a CPMT Youth Connects appointment for Jonathan Jones because it has to be voted on. And so with that, I need to entertain a motion and a second in reference to that.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve Mr. Jones to the position on the CPMT committee.
Second.
All right, we have a first and second. Madam Clerk, since this, the way it's turned out, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, of course. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Brad Carter is absent.
We have an appointment Mr. Cundiff is going to make in regard to the Public Library Board, Ruth Cook.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I nominate Ruth Cook for the Library Board for Frank County.
Second?
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell. Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter is absent.
I have Madeline. You skipped me.
Supervisor Smith. I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure it's on the record.
That's my
Chairman Thompson. Yeah,
Yes.
we're good. I've got everyone
You got
else.
everything twice, haven't we?
Twice.
Thank you. All right. I have an appointment for the Social Services Board. I had this board was empty for over a year. And then I got 2 applications within 1 day apart. Blew my mind. And both of them were good and both of them wanted it. And so I took the first one, they took it, went to the board, they took it. But got another appointment for the other person that put in that we're going to call and see if she's interested in that. I would like to nominate Ben Cook for the Social Services Board. Mr. Cook has been in and out of Franklin County the majority of his life. He's been very instrumental in the Boone's Mill Volunteer Fire Department. As a matter of fact, his grandfather was one of the founding members, and Ben would be a big asset to it. He's a member of the Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police, Virginia Fire Chiefs Association, Airport Law Enforcement Network, and ARFF Working Group. And I make a nomination that we appoint Mr. Cook to the Social Services Board.
Second.
Numerous seconds. Madam Clerk, you take your choice. If you'll do a roll call vote, please.
Do a roll call.
Yes, please.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter is absent.
Okay, we're getting ready now to go into our afternoon session. and we have some public hearings. Our first three public hearings have to do with special use permit with Willard Properties, Willard Construction, and they have been pulled. So if there's anyone here, those three have been pulled and will not be heard tonight. I'm not sure what Plan B is on that, but they will not be heard tonight. So if you're here for that, they have been pulled. On our fourth public hearing, an easement on county property, it's been a request for a postponement. The county administrator is going to do an overview for that. If we're going to pull it, he's just going to tell us why it was postponed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that was for an easement from Appalachian Power, and of course, Cross County property and the property exchange with the adjoining property has not taken place yet. And so once that takes place, we will reschedule that public hearing.
Okay. And then our next one is a lease of county property. Mr. Burnett's going to present that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So tonight we have a public hearing in relation to Piedmont Community Services leasing a portion of the 40 West Church Street building in Rocky Mount. This is commonly known as the Developmental Center. They're behind the Rocky Mount Farmers Market. As you heard today about Piedmont Community Services, they have been serving the area, Franklin County, Henry County, Patrick County, and the city of Martinsville for nearly 50 years. Helps over 7,500 individuals in the region annually. They are expanding their service offerings in Franklin County and are in need of office space for lease. This would allow their staff to go out into the community and provide off-site services. They've actually used this space previously in their history. And Sharon Buckman is here in case there are any questions regarding Piedmont Community Services. The proposed lease to Piedmont Community Services would be for about 828 square feet. Upper portion of the building, we have proposed to charge them $1 per square foot per month for rent, approximately $828 monthly that we would waive, and that would be counted as in-kind contribution to PCS from Franklin County in the amount of $9,936 annually. We would cover water, sewer, electric, and the use of common areas in return for a $350 per month fee from PCS. This would be a one-year agreement with the ability to renew for an additional year. This is just a overview of the facility. The bottom floor is used by Mike Thurman and Capital Projects, as well as storage for the General Properties Department. The upper floor would be, in this area, would be the office spaces. We also have a number of spaces within this building for other uses as the board deems appropriate going forward. So now it would be up to the board to hear public comment and then take appropriate action afterwards.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Burnett? Seeing none, then we'll, thank you, Mr. Burnett. I'll open the public hearing, and so that speakers can come. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone signed up?
At this moment, we don't have anyone signed up for this item.
Is there anyone, excuse me, is there anyone here that would wish to speak for the lease of the county property? Seeing no one here, we'll end the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion from the board.
So
Any discussion? Anybody want any discussion? Then a motion, please.
Make motion class.
Got a motion on the table to accept the proposal?
Second.
Got a second? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? All right. Madam Clerk, we caught up with everything that we're supposed to do, correct? Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time that's been set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens, wait a minute, we're supposed to do something here? Oh, yes. We have a resolution here in regards to the, from the county, in regards to the opioid litigation that's been going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Is there any discussion amongst the board? We've talked about this for several weeks now. It's been a litigation going on all over the United States for you folks, and there's been a settlement on the opioid addiction epidemic that plagues our Virginia communities. There's been some money set aside that the county gets, not only Franklin County, but all the other jurisdictions that took part of this to help relieve you, the taxpayers, some of the burden that it's costing for these drugs. So I need to have a motion from the board here in regards to the this resolution, number 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution.
Got a motion? Need a second?
Second.
It's been second. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to do a roll call on this one.
I think we're at
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you. For a copy of
I did.
it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Said everything now. Okay. We've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comments give citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibility of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board of the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the Board of Supervisors, that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control, are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, sir. The first one is Mr. Greg Maxwell.
If you will state your name and your address, please.
Greg Maxwell, 2551 Ashbone Tavern Road. All right. Hi, board. Here we are again. It was almost a year that I came to you guys with a proposal. And in all honesty, the reason I initially got up here the first time was I wanted to challenge Leland Mitchell for his seat on the board. But I come to you today voicing my concerns that are still there over the statue. So today I want to talk to you about history and some little known history in Franklin County while reaffirming my belief in relocation. I also want to make another proposal. First, I'll go into my history. I'm a Franklin County lifer, with the exception of the time that I was in the military. My entire family is. We've been here for generations and generations beyond me. I can trace that back to the Wade family in Snow Creek, where our slave owners lived in the 1800s. My great-grandfather was boarded by that family and was previously owned by that family. So in case you're unfamiliar with the term boarded, it means my great-grandfather tended crops and worked as on former slave plantations in exchange for housing. Not for money, not for a portion of the harvest. And not only that, but he was also a bootlegger after having to do this as the only means to provide for his family. Secondly, There was an article recently entitled, "How Did Franklin County Become the Moonshine Capital of the World?" I'm going to read you an excerpt from it. People would have starved to death without moonshine, from Anna Perlman. She's the marketing and communications manager at Twin Creeks Distillery. Moonshine was a cash cow, and it kept many families afloat. It was a way of life for people. It was just another way to make ends meet, said Bright Argabright. She's the assistant general manager at Franklin County Distillery in Boone's Mill. But there's a whole other side to this story that neither of them talk about. Yes, moonshine was a way of life that saved people's families during a hard period. But what they don't mention in this article is that some of those same families were owners to slaves that made the moonshine or indentured servitude to mass produce it. My great-great-grandfather was a slave in Snow Creek, owned by John Wade. In this place made popular by movies, TV shows, they were forced to work in those moonshine stills in addition to growing crops and being the ones to work the land here. Subsequently, his son, as I said before, was boarded by those same slavers and ended up working for them with no pay, just being allowed to live there. He died a moonshiner and a farmer without much of a peep or a whisper.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Miss Dina Wright.
Good evening. My name is Dina Wright. My address is 204 Peninsula Drive. I'm a resident of Gills Creek District. I have lived in our beautiful county for over 21 years. One of your main responsibilities is to effectively allocate resources in our county. I am here tonight to discuss our most precious resource, our children. I am very concerned about how the Franklin County School Board is conducting their meetings. I have attended them in person every month since May of 2021. I have addressed our school board in each of these 3 meetings. It feels as though citizens' concerns are falling on deaf ears. During the public comment period, most of the board members do not look at the speakers. Instead, they look down at their phones, their laptops, or their papers. Their inattention is disrespectful. They are failing to fulfill their duty to listen to their constituents. Last week, I had additional concerns about how the meeting was handled. For every Franklin County citizen who was permitted to enter the room, there were at least 2 outside in the heat who were denied entry. When I compare the July meeting to the ones I attended in May and in June, far fewer people were allowed to enter the room in July than in the previous months. Why? There were at least 4 sheriffs at the July meeting compared to 1 in both May and June. Why? In May, in June, and in July, in advance, I prepared the form that is required to speak, and I brought it with me to turn into the clerk. In May and in June, this form was accepted. But in July, it was not. I was told that I had to complete one of the pre-numbered versions of this form that they had on site. Why? I believe that these things were done intentionally to dissuade the citizens of Franklin County from attending and participating in the meeting. As further evidence of this, I submit the following. During the July meeting, a motion for a change of venue to a larger venue was brought forward not once, but twice. The motion was made in response to the large number of citizens who were out in the heat. Both times, the motion failed with a vote of 6-2. How could they repeatedly refuse to move to a larger venue after seeing our citizens turn out in such significant number? The school board touts funding as the reason why they cannot take certain action. You play a role, if not the final say, in allocating the dollars from Franklin County that support our schools. Please do what you can to remind our school board how they need to conduct our meetings and listen to the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jerry Connor.
Good evening. My name's Jerry Connor. I live at 400 Winfield Lane in Wirtz. Tonight we present to you from the Franklin County Unorganized Militia's proposal to this civic body. We'd like to thank you for your consideration, and a copy of this proposal has been submitted to the clerk. A proposed resolution recognizing the unorganized militia within the County of Franklin pursuant to the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Whereas the underpinnings and philosophical principles of our social contract were expressed in the word by the founders in the Charters of Freedom, starting with the Declaration of Independence. And whereas it is written, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them to another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation, and whereas it is also written that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Whereas the founders clearly recognized that natural rights exist, and those rights are given to us by the Creator, and governments exist to secure those rights, and do so only with the consent of the governed. And whereas the primary purpose and intent of the Second Amendment of the Bill of Rights is to preserve and recognize the right of the people to defend themselves and their natural rights by possessing and bearing arms in malicious service against any form of government that becomes destructive to these ends, and preserving the right of the people to alter or abolish it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Walt. Mr. Walter Drew.
Good evening. My name is Walter Drew. I live at 210 Mountain Avenue here in Rocky Mount. And to continue to pick up from Mr. Connor. Whereas the Constitutions of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia recognize the pre-existing God-given natural right of self-defense as belonging to individuals and communities made up of individuals, which no human institution may lawfully abrogate or infringe. And whereas the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And whereas Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of Virginia states that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That standing armies in times of peace should be avoided as dangerous to liberty, and that in all cases the military should be under strict subordination to and governed by the civil power. And whereas the Virginia Code, sections 44.1 and 44.4, reference 3 statutory classes of the militia: the Commonwealth of Virginia, the National Guard, the Virginia Defense Force, and those individuals from the body of the people trained to arms who make up the currently unorganized militia. And whereas under Virginia Code Section 44-75.1, in the event of invasion or insurrection or imminent threat of either, the governor or his designee may muster the militia to serve active duty, and may do so in the event of flood, hurricane, fire, or other forms of natural or man-made disaster where human life, public or private property, or the environment is imperiled, or in emergencies of lesser magnitude, including but not limited to the disruption of vital public services, wherein the use of militia personnel or equipment would be an assistance to one or more departments, agencies, institutions, or political subdivisions of the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Mosser.
Hello, I'm Nathan Mosser, 673 Palstore Road, Glade Hill. I'm continuing from Mr. Drew over here. Whereas under Virginia Code Section 44-78.1, where circumstances described in Virginia Code Section 44-71.1, A2, 4, or 5 arise within Franklin County, the sheriff or this board of supervisors may call upon the governor for assistance from the militia, and the governor may call forth the militia or any part thereof to provide such assistance as he may deem proper in responding to such circumstances, including the unorganized militia in Franklin County. And whereas the unorganized militia must be able to assemble and train as individuals or collectively in order to exercise their rights and fulfill their civic obligations and responsibilities as described in the United States Constitution and the Constitution of Virginia. In the event that they are called to muster for duty by the Board of Supervisors, the sheriff, or the body of the people, or ordered by the governor or president to assist local civil authorities in time of need, and whereas the militia is composed of the body of the people, and should, as the Constitution of Virginia directs, be trained to arms with firearms that are in common use within society, including modern semi-automatic sporting rifles and pistols with certain ergonomic features which have the ability to use standard capacity detachable magazines of more than 10 rounds capacity and are ideally situated for defensive purposes by individual citizens and by those who are members of law enforcement, militia, or military. And whereas the militia, having a long history of selfless and honorable service to localities, states, and the federal government in times of crisis. And whereas the motto of Virginia, Commonwealth of Virginia, established by our founders, Sic Semper Tyrannis, is a warning to those entrusted with government within the Commonwealth not to exceed their constitutional authority, and to whereas the militia, composed of the body of the people, are, as intended by our founders, the last best hope of the Commonwealth to ensure and secure the liberties protected by the common Constitution that may be threatened by foreign forces or a tyrannical government. And whereas in order to commit to the intent and fullness of the natural rights recognized and affirmed by the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors find the following resolutions as appropriate and necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Brian Wood.
Good evening, Brian Wood, 310 Bailey Boulevard, Hardy, Virginia. I am the chairman of the Franklin County Militia. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Franklin County Board of Supervisors that we express our intent to uphold and protect the Second Amendment, Article 1, Section 13, rights of law-abiding citizen to keep and to bear arms for self-defense and to prepare for service or to serve as a member of the unorganized militia in Franklin County. And be it further resolved that in order to support the unorganized militia enhance the safety and security of the citizens of Franklin County, and establish, as our founders intended, a barrier against a tyrannical government that seeks to infringe upon the natural rights recognized by our founders in the Declaration of Independence, the federal and state constitutions, and the Bill of Rights. The board hereby expresses its intent to, 1, decline to expend county resources for any effort to enforce unconstitutional laws enacted after January 20th, 2020, restricting ownership and use of firearms that are in common use and accessories such as magazines, including modern semi-automatic sporting rifles and pistols with certain ergonomic features, which have the ability to use standard capacity detachable magazines of more than 10 rounds, being required for self-defense by individual citizens or for service to the community as part of the Franklin County Militia. 2, recognize and affirm in the strongest possible terms the right of able-bodied residents of Franklin County who are otherwise law-abiding citizens of the Commonwealth and the United States to assemble and to train to arms for service, individually or in groups, as members of the unorganized militia from or in Franklin County, in order for those citizens to fulfill their civic responsibility in the event that they are mustered to action or called upon for lawful purposes by the President of the United States, Governor of Virginia, or the body of the people. 3, support opportunities for law-abiding citizens to assemble for recreational and civic purposes, to include but not be limited to training to arms, firearm safety training, marksmanship, first aid training, radio communications, long-term food storage, animal husbandry, sustainable agriculture, community-supported agriculture programs, water safety, and other training or activities that enhance the individual citizen's ability to defend and sustain himself, his family, his community, and the unorganized militia's ability to respond effectively to a crisis. Be it further resolved that the board hereby declares our intent to oppose all unconstitutional restrictions on the Bill of Rights, and specifically the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of Virginia, through such legal means as may be expedient, including, without limitation, legal process. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk?
Miss Heather Winch. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heather Winch, 280 Woodwinds Road, Callaway. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Callaway Community Cannery. The Callaway Cannery is essential to the community. Over 400 people from Callaway and neighboring communities use the cannery. This is affordable, sustainable bulk food storage. I refer to the recent situation our nation faces with food shortages. The Callaway Cannery has been in operation since the 1940s. Maintenance and service is necessary. We are requesting that any necessary evaluation be done with the operator present. Tony Stump has been the operator for the past 5 years and has vast knowledge. One of the 2 essential pressure canners is, however, not in operation and needs to be addressed rapidly. Thermometers for the pressure canners are still outstanding. The Callaway Cannery is not asking for a full-on revamp of the facility's equipment. Any new large-scale capital expenditure needs to be addressed. Historically, the General Properties Department has burdened these costs. Financial accounting also needs to be accurate. Quart metal cans were issued to the Glade Hill facility, but not to the Callaway facility. This brings to hand the issue of profit and expenditure and documentation of inventory. Callaway and Glade Hill aren't getting the share divided equally. We are asking If an evaluation is necessary for the operator, in this instance Tony, to be present to fully explain the equipment in question. Financial clarity of the budget also needs to be addressed. This needs to be accurate between Glade Hill and Callaway. Clear communication and collaboration of the Board of Supervisors and the school board is needed, and that's why we're asking of that. The Callaway Community Cannery is an incredibly important to so many people, so we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Salvatore Monastra.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Salvatore Monastra. I live at 750 West Song Mill Road in Hardy. I am a Vietnam combat veteran, and I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution to fly the POWMIA flag under the American flag on all, government building in Franklin County to honor the men and women who gave their life in service of this country. Our Congress has already passed a law to fly it. If you look at your post office, you can see it flying 24 hours a day. This is America, made up of all nationalities who fought to keep this country free. POWMIA honors these veterans. They come in all colors and sizes. Men and women, patriots, deserve to be recognized. You were elected to serve Franklin County and its citizens, most of who had their sons and daughters serve this county, who is part of the United States of America, with honor including their lives. The United States of American flag represents people who are united under one banner, who made this country great. The POWMIA flag are the people who keep that flag flying. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Miss Glenna Moore.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore, and I'm a resident of Franklin County. When Liam Wade closed as a high school, 3 Black educator couples left for Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. These 3 couples had a tremendous impact on the Black community and the legacy of Liam Wade High School. They left just before full school integration in 1970. First couple, the principal of Liam Wade High School, Samuel Lester, and his wife, Evelyn. With the Black high school closing, Principal Lester knew his days were numbered as being a high school principal in Franklin County. Many years later, a very complimentary description was found of him in a letter written by the then Franklin County High School principal. He wrote, "In the spring, before all the rest of Liam Wade's students were scheduled to move to Franklin County High School, Mr. Lester asked me to address an assembly on the subject, 'What can you expect at Franklin County High School?' Much to my surprise, Mr. Lester introduced me to his students as the unsung hero of school desegregation in Franklin County. And in my heart, that compliment is the only memory that exceeds the naming of the track field after me." Second couple, James and Lynette Holmes. Mrs. Holmes was a biology teacher. In 1966, she was the first and only Black teacher at Franklin County High School. The same Franklin County High School principal admitted in the letter that after a biology teacher was transferred to my faculty, her performance made a large dent in what remained of my racial prejudice. James Holmes was the first and only principal of Booker T. Washington Elementary School, which closed in 1966, most likely because of hostility to desegregation by white citizens. The Franklin News Post reported that a large crowd of about 500 to 1,000 people had attended a United Klans of America rally in a field within a mile of the school. Third couple, Furman and Maddie Moody. Furman was an agriculture teacher at Liam Wade High School, and Maddie was the Black 4-H agent at a time when Virginia Cooperative Extension was segregated. Mr. Moody left Franklin County to earn his PhD at Penn State, paid for by the state of Virginia. The Virginia General Assembly enacted a race law that paid African Americans to leave Virginia to earn graduate degrees rather than challenge the racial restrictions of UVA, William and Mary, and Virginia Tech.
Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that did not get signed up wish to address the board? If you do, come forward. Give Madam Clerk your name and address. All right, thank you for your attendance tonight. We appreciate that, and we will continue on with our meeting. All right, at this time, we have other matters by supervisors. Anyone got anything they want to bring up?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ron.
Just a couple things before the lady leaves about the cannery. As everyone on this board knows, I've asked for us to consider some funds for the cannery for several months now, and I want my constituents to know that I have been asking. As we work through the budget and we get to hopefully look and see what leftover funds this county may have, I will be pushing to try to get some upgrades to the cannery. So I am trying. And this board wants to support. We just got to see what we can do. There has been a long report done on both canneries that I'm pretty sure our clerk got to the operator of the Callaway Cannery. So I want to address that first. Appreciate you coming. I was made aware of some issues with the pipeline at Adney's Gap and Dillon's Mill last week. I can see how frustrating it is for our citizens whose properties have been negatively affected by this pipeline. I stood up there for an hour and 25 minutes with my constituent. I spoke to 5 employees from the pipeline who all promised they were bringing a supervisor or foreman to me. I finally left. I was told that FERC was there the day before to look into the sediment that was running into the upper Blackwater. It's basically where the Blackwater River starts. That would have been July 15th, Mr. Sandy. I would like that report just to see if what I was told is accurate, 1. And 2, if it wasn't, I want it addressed. It was obvious with the erosion person that I took with me that there was sediment going into the upper Blackwater. So wanted to address that. The lady that spoke earlier in public comment, I would like the board to ask staff to look into what Ms. Law was speaking of. If there's money out there that belongs to this county, we should get it. She obviously, I think she knew what she was talking about. And I want staff, if the board will support encouraging staff to look into what Ms. Law was referring to, reach out to Ms. Law and find out if there's money for this county, let's get it. Because as she said, if things do fall through, it'd be nice to have some money to help our citizens clean up the mess. Let's see what else I have. Earlier, Mr. Chairman, I had a slight issue. We didn't have time to talk, but I just want to go on public record that the statement made after public comment from Chairman Thompson, I just want to go on record, I was not part of the board that had any of those plans put together, nor do I support the plans that were put in place years before my existence on this board. However, I do look forward to working with county staff, this board, the paid fire and EMS in this county, and the volunteers in September on what the future of fire and EMS in this county is going to be. I just want to go on public record that this was the first I saw of this, so it caught me off guard. But I was not part of any of those decisions that were made in years past. Let's see here. I think that's it. Yes. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Smith?
I'm good, thank you.
I do have just one item I wanted to address. Last year, we had to allocate some money to make some renovations to Fort Mountain Fire Department because they had some issues. They had to pull the trucks out to go to the bathroom because the building was too small. And the cost was more than they could bear by themselves. So the county, we had to pull some money out of fund balance to make this renovation. We've been discussing Glade Hill Fire Department and building a new building in that area mainly because of the inadequacies of their existing building and the age or whatnot. And we have a lot of our fire departments in the county, rescue squads as well. The buildings are starting to get some age on them. And as all of us know, own your own home, you're continuously working on that thing every day. And building prices are going through the roof. So a lot of our fire departments and rescue squads with these aging buildings are seeing these maintenance issues and issues coming up, basically capital improvement projects that are coming up that they can't afford by themselves. I would like for the county to look into creating a grant opportunity, a fire EMS capital improvement grant opportunity to make available for our rescue squads, fire departments in the county. And there's a couple stipulations, a couple caveats that go with this. It would be a matching grant. In other words, that agency would have to have some skin in the game, whether it's 10%, 20%, whatever we would decide. They'd have to pony up as well. We're not in the fully funding these agencies. We can't do it. So they would have some skin in the game. Another thing, the agency would have to request the grant. There would be a grant application process. They would have to make the official request. Another part of it, this application should be submitted to the Franklin County Firefighters Association to be reviewed and be looked into by the Firefighters Association. Who better knows the needs of our fire EMS agencies than our fire and EMS people? So they should look at it, and the Fire Association would look at these grant applications, and then they would come before this board and make a recommendation. You say, okay, Tim, all this sounds fine, but how are you going to pay for it? Well, there's my next part. It'd be paid for by a percentage of our annual carryover funds. Every year we have, on good years, we have some money left over at the end of the year. I'm not proposing that we spend all of that because there are other needs that come up that have to be addressed. But I would say that we could dedicate 30 to 40% of our annual carryover funds to make available to our fire and EMS agencies in the county, working with the Firefighters Association, which is a group of volunteers that serve Franklin County, and it would work with them. It would give them a part in the decision making. It would put the agencies some skin in the game by having to put forth some money into it as well. And it's a way that we can help these agencies that continuously serve our communities. I've spoken with a representative of the Firefighters Association. He's here The president is here now. From my understanding, the Fire Association like the idea and support it. They think that they would like to have some input on this. I know this is new to most of you. I haven't had an opportunity to sit down and go over it with all the other members on the board. I have talked to Mr. Whitlow and some staff about feasibility. I've talked to Mr. Gwynn as far as legalities. I just want to put this out there. Chris, I'd like for staff to reach out and let's see what we need to do to make this work. Put this together, look through the ins and outs. You know grant applications and processes better than I do. It needs, make sure we're legal, Mr. Gwynn, because we can't break the law. But I think this would be a program that would give some consideration and control to our volunteers. It's a way that we can help our volunteers still serve our communities, because I'm here to tell you, I mean, I'm a volunteer firefighter myself. I'm here to tell you, if we have to replace our volunteer fire departments, this county, you haven't seen a tax increase until we have to do that. We don't want, as long as we can keep our volunteer fire departments active and going, we need to do what we can to support them. And right now, they're having to get out and sell hot dogs and raffle tickets and wash cars and all this to make ends meet, to keep the buildings open. And you know, the county supplements them some, but the county does not give them everything it takes to run that fire department every year. They have to get out, on top of having to work their day jobs to support their families. So this is an idea I came up with a while back. I've given it a great deal of thought. I know it could work. I'd like to see us look into it and maybe put some numbers together, get maybe a better presentation than what I've made. But I'd just like to see us look at this and start. This is an avenue that we can use to help our volunteers, and because they do so much to our county. I mean, our men and women that are here that represent the militia are here offering to help volunteers. I'm putting this out there for our volunteer firefighters and EMS workers that are also volunteering. You know, when you start, you put your John Hancock on a form and you say, I'm committing to volunteer and do public service for my community, that is a big step. And you know, those 2 o'clock alarms, fire alarms that you have to roll out of bed and go and check, you know, somebody's chimney fire, you know, in the dead of winter, they're not easy. But by George, I'm thankful for the men and women that roll out of bed and go and answer those calls. And I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to support them. And I think this is just one way that we can help support and strengthen our support and show our support to our volunteers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cundy? No. All right, meeting stands adjourned until July the 27th at 10 a.m. for the